Welcome in, everybody. We are here, as we always are, to question your beliefs. Not to tell you that you're wrong, not to burgle your gods, not to debate you or argue. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Hello, Justara with the Jester. Welcome in, Bomb Giggity. Also, Chalk and Cheese, welcome in. Good to see you. Hello, Cat in the Vat. Hello, Delilah's Scissors, good to see you as well. Also, hello to Kingfisher, to Deftone Dude, to Kim Kuong, Karung. Sorry about that. Also, Alan Gibson, welcome in. Robert Stewart, and welcome to all of you. And if I didn't mention your name, well, I guess somehow you didn't make the list, but go ahead and tap that screen, share the live, and if you know somebody who believes in a god, or gods, or a higher power, and they might be capable of questioning their beliefs, well, share the live to them. Maybe they'll come through and request on up. Who knows? They might actually be able to question their beliefs. And if you haven't, you can go down, hit that share button, and repost the live. Also, it might even give you the option to share to your story. If it does, do that too. Get as many people in here as we can. Hello, I come to divide. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
55.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I love your voice, man.
Thanks.
Yeah, Yahuwah, the Most High.
The Most High. Which Most High is that?
Yahuwah.
Is this the biblical God?
The Hebrew, the Israelite.
I see. And have you read the Bible?
Yeah, a couple times. Mm-hmm.
And you believe that?
Yeah. Do you?
What I believe doesn't matter. So you've read the Bible. Have you read it from beginning to end?
Once or twice, but the rest was around the New Testament.
Mm-hmm. Do you believe the 6-day creation of Adam and Eve in a garden? Those sorts of...
I don't believe that the devil was there. I think a lot of people have read about that.
I see. How do you reconcile the contradiction in the first 2 chapters of Genesis?
And which contradiction would that be?
The order of creation given.
What, the sun and the light?
Where it says that there's light, animal. Well, it says light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman in the first chapter. But in the second chapter, it says man, plants, animals. So which order is true?
Well, I believe the first order is true, but the second order is also true because that's where he had a name of everything, right?
Right, where he says that it's not good for man to be alone, so he'll make him a helper, and then he makes
Yeah.
the animals.
Right. It's not really a question for me, brother. You got a better one, but I can't really answer.
To you, you don't see a contradiction, and if you did see a contradiction, how would you reconcile?
Well, okay. It's like this. They say that the Son is the Word, and the Holy Spirit, or the Ruach HaKodesh, is a breath. Because if you look at the definition of breath and spirit, they're the same. So these two, he says in Matthew that everything that comes from his mouth, our Son, come from, and that's the one in the flesh. That comes in the flesh, but the Word was made flesh. Anyway, with all these things that come from his mouth, they're holy. So whatever it says in the Bible, if it is righteous, it is holy. If it is not, then it's unrighteous. So I don't really.
Is there anything unrighteous in the Bible?
There's characters, but and I don't hold the Bible as law, mind you, more scripture, but it's law, so it's holy. You follow it because law and conversation, good, being good to others as he was good to us.
And you're saying that the book is holy?
The scriptures. I think the Bible of today is corrupted by the name Jesus Christ.
But the scriptures prior to Jesus, those would be good and holy.
Would you term that the Old Testament?
Sure.
Okay, yeah, that's holy. The old Hebrew writings, the Lashon HaKodesh, that's also holy. That's the holy language. So that's where that comes from.
You say it's the holy language, you mean Hebrew?
Yes, sir. Because that's what he spoke to the first Israelites. And I know it existed before that, but I'm saying when he spoke to them, it was the holy language because it was coming from his holy mouth.
So God spoke Hebrew, therefore it's holy.
Elohim spoke and it was Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? It was just, it's the way he conveyed to the people when he established his covenant.
Why do you believe those stories to be true?
Because you can tell when you're in the spirit, you can tell that he answers your prayers. I don't know
what that means. In the spirit. What does that mean?
Being holy, because he says he says he was holy or is holy, so we be holy that are walking in the truth. So if it's holy, that what it comes out of my mouth, I can only preach the word. If it is unrighteous, then I am unrighteous in reading or speaking it. That answer your question?
No, it didn't. Do you think it did?
It is righteous, so it should. You know what I mean?
Why is it righteous?
Because it's what he says. I'm only preaching.
Because the book says that it's what he says. Why do you believe that it's what he says?
Because it's holy.
Why do you believe that?
Because we're supposed to believe everything that comes out of his mouth is holy. We're supposed to, by faith.
According to who?
The scriptures.
According to the scriptures, you're supposed to believe all of the scriptures. Doesn't that seem a little circular?
Oh, of course it seems circular. Alpha and
Omega. According to Fargo, I'm supposed to believe everything that happened in Fargo. Well, it says it's based on a true story, right?
When you're reading a book.
If I'm watching a movie that says it's based on a true story, I'm supposed to believe it, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, in context.
What if it's clearly fiction?
Well, then you wasted money on a movie. They lied to you, like Blair Witch Project.
So it
Remember
couldn't be
that?
part of it couldn't be part of the effect to make you think that it is true for the time you're reading it, for the time you're enjoying it.
I guess it
You
was
suspend disbelief.
to help you engulf yourself in the story.
Does that mean that it's necessarily true just because it says it is?
Well, like I said, if you look, it was fake, but it was proven fake. See, that's the difference between spirit. It's the faith, not the works, that you need to worry. If I'm a fool for having the faith, then so be it. But if I'm not, then my reward will be what is in my faith.
So if there were contradictions within the text that proved that one story following another, one of them couldn't be true because of a contradiction, then that would call into question the entire book or just that story.
Well, no, it would come into question the entire book. Totally agree with you.
And so if there are other contradictions besides that Genesis 1-2 contradiction that you seem to not want to address, if there are other contradictions within the text, would that cause you to doubt or question?
I don't know, because I know the book is corrupt. I can explain it to you if you like.
You say you know the book is corrupt.
Yes, sir.
If you know the book is corrupt, why would you believe any part of it?
Books, and the message is basic. Just go out and spread the good news about the Son the Father sent to save us. That's the
good news that could be corrupted, right?
Sure.
So if it's corrupted, then are you actually spreading good news, or could you be spreading a lie?
Well, we have our faith, and if our faith is incorrect, we're damned.
What is faith?
We're faith in what we're telling people.
What is faith?
Believing in the invisible.
And why would you believe in the invisible?
Well, because it's easy to see the invisible through the sun. Because he says you see the sun.
You see it. Are you actually seeing it through the sun? What does that mean?
By the recorded works of the Son, the Son of the Messiah, the Hamashiach, we see the Father because the Son does
the recorded works that could be corrupted.
Sure.
So then why are you believing them if they could be corrupted?
Because of my faith, brother.
Seem a bit circular.
Sure. Alpha and Omega.
Does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not?
Oh, absolutely. Again, faith. That's how your faith has to be.
Can you question your belief in a God or in the Bible?
I've questioned my belief till
What does
now.
that mean?
Well, I experimented in different religions and different situations, plus realization that I did live a very sinful life, even satanic. And it all accumulated through all of it. There was another force that was watching over me. I'm not saying somebody spoke to me personally. I'm just saying you can see when you get saved and look back how tragic in your life was before that, before the Son. That's the faith. I didn't just say, hey, I'm going to be like this. I definitely did question everything I could, just like you're saying. I feel you, brother.
So now you don't question. Why don't you question?
Because I have a sense of peace and security through him.
Peace and security, comfort.
Yes, sir. The comfort.
Because you've gained comfort in the
because my faith, according to my faith, everything that I would question would be holy, and I just trust that what they taught me through the scriptures and all my research, that it's correct. Faith. Circular.
Can I ask you, what
You
else
could
you
ask
apply? What else do you apply faith to in your life besides God?
nothing.
Does it seem
Absolutely.
like does it seem like a reliable tool to know the truth?
Oh yeah,
Can you tell
definitely.
me when faith has been reliable as a tool?
Well, I can only give you my example. That's me. I'm
So
the living example of
you
that.
have you have faith in God and Jesus,
Well, Elohim.
Elohim, and you feel that that faith has not failed you in any way. But how has it succeeded?
Um, well, by my faith, but by my faith, I am going to achieve everlasting life. By my faith and my works and what they talk about, I'm one of the elect. By my faith, I'm part of the Israel.
Those are promises.
Sure.
Thing, yeah. How has it succeeded in a way that you can measure, quantify, or is it only in ways that it promises?
No. There's like, if we look at Psalms 1, what that talks about, I could never thought that was achievable, but I have achieved it through him. So I know there's no way I could have been what Psalms 1 says. But when I got saved, then I have that assurance, and I know by what it tells me what it does to the one that takes delight. If you're familiar with,
Do you know what dogmatism is?
yep, sure do. Catholic stuff,
Not necessarily Catholic stuff.
necessarily, but yeah, I know, I understand.
Do you feel that it's useful to live your life under a dogmatic belief that can't be questioned?
Mm, well, all I know is my faith is secure, and I never had that before. Right? I never had it before ever, and I've seeked
You
gods,
say
and
it's secure.
yes, sir.
Why did you request up here?
Because I've been wanting to talk to you for weeks. You're just so
Right.
interesting, and I love your voice.
Well, and as much as I appreciate that, you know that what I'm doing here is getting people to question their
Oh, sure,
beliefs,
sure.
encouraging the questioning.
Yep,
So when you come up and you can't question, you're secure in your faith in a way that is dogmatic and unquestioning, unyielding,
sure.
without consideration of the possibility you could be wrong. I'm
Mm,
curious, what purpose did you have to talk to me?
mm.
If you know
Fellowship,
that's what
because
fellowship.
you wait. Okay, I got your answer, brother. When I talk to other people, the Christians and the Muslims, they're like that too. They're not questioning their beliefs. See, they have to in order to see. And you're doing that in your panel, and that's admirable because you're making it. You can't get any people that won't question, and it's interesting, And I like that. I love listening to that. But I'm good. But I just wanted to say, hey, actually, and that's all. Fellowship.
It's interesting. Well, I appreciate you coming up to share
Yeah,
that you have
I'll
this
go.
unyielding
I don't
faith.
want to waste your time. I know.
I
I
think I am
understand.
going to move forward. I
All right,
appreciate
bro.
you though, and I hope
Yeah,
that you find a way to ask some questions. And maybe
sure.
if you do find a way to question what you believe, come on back, and I'll definitely have some questions for you. But I appreciate you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that. You're capable of questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question. Well, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And maybe we can get to a few other burning questions.
Buddy,
Hello,
it's
Digital
good to
Arrow
talk to you
Pegasus.
again. Are you
Can
gonna?
you
Hey, are you gonna put me on mute this time? Are you
It
gonna let me
depends
actually
on.
begin and
Wow.
talk
So I
and
haven't
answer your
even
question?
gotten to ask you a question yet. So, yes, I'm going to put you on mute because the first thing I ask is age for TikTok TOS. And since you're already acting defensive and strange,
I'm
I don't
40.
know that this
I'm
is
40
going to
years
go
old.
very far. You said 44.
I'm 40 years old.
Oh,
I
40.
can't even
And
talk
do
to you
you
for
have a
40.
belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
The Holy Trinity.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes. There's no errors in a lot of its context that you don't have the authority to interpret. So go ahead and give me your
Context
chronological argument.
context that I don't have authority to interpret.
Yes. Nobody laid hands on you. You're not an authority of anything. You're just giving your opinion. And you sit there and you say that there's errors and contradictions, but there's no contradiction. It's just you don't understand it. And in the context of what you used earlier, it didn't say in chronological order, okay? In context of the Bible, it goes in and out in
So
different time
I didn't
frames
ask
because
you
there's no
anything
time
about
for
this
God.
yet. You're just
God's
having
not
a
subject to
conversation with me
time.
about something that happened prior on the show. And I didn't ask you
You're just
about
muting again.
Genesis 1 and 2. Yeah, you just kind of go off
You
and
did
start
last
talking
week, and
at
you
me.
didn't
I
allow
don't
me.
recall the last time we spoke, but it seems likely
You
that
didn't
if you
allow me to
behave
answer the
this
question.
way, it seems likely that if you behaved this way, I did mute you, and I probably ended up booting you from the panel because you can't behave. So if you could try to behave yourself and wait for a question, we could have a conversation. But since you're already addressing something I haven't asked you about, I don't know exactly what conversation you think you're having. So,
Just go ahead and ask the question, and I'll answer.
great. So I had asked if you read the Bible from beginning to end.
Yes.
Do you believe the stories within it are true and literal?
Yes.
Why?
Because of the Holy Spirit and experiences in my own life and through prayer and through the authority of the church who wrote the Bible.
Mm-hmm. So,
Mhm.
experiential is true and literal.
Yes.
Can you give me an example of something that directly
Yes.
confirms the Bible's truth?
I was an atheist my entire life, and God converted me in the dead of the night in 2020 and revealed himself to me. He made me aware of all my sins and giving me faith.
You said he converted you in the dead of the night.
Yes.
By making you aware of your sins.
Yes.
What is a sin?
You know, sin is an offense towards God.
An offense towards God.
That completely separates you, or that may partially separate you as well.
Where do you get that definition?
From God and His church, and
From
just the
which church is that?
in just the innate
Can I
ability
ask
to
which
know through the
denomination? When
intellect.
you say God and his church, which denomination are you speaking about?
The Roman Catholic Church started by
The
Christ
Roman
Jesus
Catholic Church.
in 33 AD through the apostles.
I see. So are you Catholic?
I was an atheist Jew my entire life, and then God converted me in 2020. At that time, I wasn't Catholic, but He raised my intellect up to the knowledge of Him in that
He
moment
raised
through
your
grace.
intellect.
My intellect, yes, which is the function of the soul.
I'm sorry,
Intellect is
intellect
separate
is a
from the body.
function of the soul. What is a soul?
Yes, the soul is your intellect.
A soul
Just
is
like
the intellect.
demonic beings are intellectual beings, pure intellectual beings, so are angels. So
I'm
are
a little
humans. We are
confused here.
intellectual beings
Let's
through the
back
body.
up. So you're saying demonic beings are pure intellectual beings?
Yes.
What is what? I guess I'm a little confused. You said intellect is the soul, so
It's the spirit. Yes.
oh, it's the spirit. Spirit is soul. Is that the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. So intellect is spirit is soul, And pure soul is a demonic being.
Yes. You want to get back to the original part where I was converted by Christ Jesus in 2020?
No, I'm a little confused still on this pure soul equals demonic being thing. Where do you get that?
I just told you from the Bible and the church and the innate reason to know through the intellect. It's just like, for example, you're out
So,
in a parking lot, right? And
somewhere
you
in the
get this
Bible it
feeling
says
that there's danger
something
around.
about pure soul being demonic.
Excuse me?
Does it say something about pure soul being demonic somewhere in the Bible?
In the Genesis, God says, you quoted Genesis before, that on a certain day, God made spirit and the angel. I don't know off the top of my head, I think it was day 2 or one of the days, but that's not the point. The point is, God told you
Well,
in
hang on, hang
Scripture
on. If you're saying
that
it
He
says in
made spirit.
Genesis which day he made the angels, I'd really like to know which verse that is. Can
Go
you
to
tell me
Genesis
which?
1. You'll
In
find it.
Genesis 1, can you tell me where it says he made spirit and the angels? Because I've read Genesis 1 in
We'll pull out Genesis
multiple.
1. It's there.
Right, I've read it in multiple
It said,
translations.
on a certain day, He made the angels
Which one
before
is
men.
that?
I don't have a Bible on me. I can't tell you exactly the verse, but it's there.
Right,
It's in
it says he
Genesis 1.
made light. It said he separated water to make dry land. He makes the firmament. He makes the plants. He makes the sun and the moon, the lights to separate day and night. He makes the animals of the sea. He makes the animals of the air. He makes the animals of the land. And then he makes man and woman. Can you tell me which part of that is the angels and
It's in
spirit?
Genesis 1.
I
Now,
just I
also,
just listed
throughout the
off
Bible,
everything he makes in Genesis 1.
and also in Isaiah, they talk of Lilith, who's also a demon. Um,
I'm
in
sorry,
parts of
where does it talk about
in,
Lilith as a demon?
in Isaiah.
It talks about her as a
Also,
demon. Where does it say? What does it say in Isaiah about Lilith? Can you tell me which verse that
it
was?
talked about how the Israelites were going to worship her, and the demons were going
I'll be
to
happy to. I'll be happy to find
stuff.
that. I'll be happy to find that Isaiah verse if you could tell me which one that is.
Just go ahead and go on Google and type in Lilith Isaiah Bible verse, and open it up for you. And you read the context. It's referring to the idols of Israel, which they worship, which are demonic entities. They pose as gods. And through the idols, they did the same thing to the Romans and the pagans. You know, we have different kinds of gods like Zeus and stuff, and there's actual Artemis and the Ephesians. This whole temple is dedicated to them, right? But they pose today in the United States.
Um,
You got people worshiping Lilith, Moloch, and Asmodeus, the demon of homosexuality.
I'm
And
sorry.
we can see it's
You're just kind of saying a bunch of things I haven't asked, and you
maybe this
haven't
is just too
answered
much
the
for you to take
question.
in because you
Yeah,
don't.
yeah.
It's in Isaiah. Read it.
It's in
It's
Isaiah.
also in Genesis where God created the spirit.
Yeah, where does he create spirits in Genesis? That's the one I'm really interested about. Could you tell me which verse that is? Because it kind of sounds like you're just making a bunch of shit up.
You are your own God, right? You make your own rules, so you have
I
every reason
didn't.
to lie.
I didn't.
I'm
I didn't say
not
you were a
making up anything.
liar. I said it sounds like you're making a bunch of shit up. Imaginative, right? Um,
Well, it might sound like that to you because you're an atheist. Have you ever
what?
thought of that?
What?
You aren't in the fullness of the consider that?
I do consider that all the time. That doesn't.
It sure the hell don't sound like it. 'Cause I
That
can tell you
doesn't.
right now, buddy. hold on, hold on. Even when I was
Digital.
an atheist, even when I was an atheist in the army, I was in Mosul. And you know where I was in Mosul in Iraq? A place called the Tomb of Jonah. You know who Jonah is? A Jewish prophet from thousands of years ago in a Muslim country that's still being honored. Can I ask you something? Do you believe the
Digital.
Bible when it says that
Digital.
Jonah went to
Digital.
Nineveh?
Big fish and lived in its belly.
Yes.
Why?
Yes, I do. Because God doesn't lie. You do. I do. God doesn't. Why would
I'm
God
sorry. Wait,
lie
wait,
to his
wait.
people?
Digital. You're saying God doesn't lie.
God
Have
doesn't
you
lie.
have you read the
Lie
Bible?
is a sin.
Have you
Lying is a
read the
sin.
Bible?
Where have God lied?
Genesis 2:17. Read that.
Hello?
Couldn't hear you until you came back. Welcome back. Yep, can't hear you again. That's what the leaving the app does. We don't get to hear you while you're out of app. But while he's gone, everybody keep tapping that screen. We're up to
Can you hear me?
5,900 likes. It'd be really great if we broke 10,000 here in the next,
Okay.
20
So you
minutes or so.
said
That'd be awesome.
217 too, right?
I said 217.
Oh, two. Oh, hey, okay, hey. So this is very easy. Okay. So if you give me a second to answer. Okay. So he's talking about the fruit, right? If you eat the fruit on the day you eat the fruit, you shall die. Correct?
And they don't die on the day
Hear me out. Hear
on
me
the
out.
day they
Stop
eat the
talking for one
fruit.
second.
But
Can you let me explain to you?
do
Can
they
you let me
die on
explain
the
to you what
day
it's
they
saying?
eat the fruit?
Oh my gosh, you're not listening.
I am listening.
Again. Adam died 930 years, 70 days, 70 years short of a day. Now, if you read in Peter, the
70
Apostle
years
Peter,
short of a day. I'm
short of a
sorry, where do
day,
you
he
get the
said
day?
1,000 years. 1,000 years is like a day to God. A day to God is like 1,000 years. Okay, it's a metaphor, my friend.
It's hang on. But the day is a metaphor. The 1,000 years is like a day. A day is like 1,000 years. Isn't literal. Isn't direct. Isn't
It
saying.
is literal,
I'm
but you
sorry.
don't
Isn't.
understand God.
Why
You
are
don't
you? I'm
understand
sorry. Stop.
God is
Can
outside.
you digital? Stop. Okay. I'm not trying to debate you. I'm trying to understand why are you doing this?
Buddy,
Let me ask you, why are
look,
you here?
God, because I'm trying to tell the truth to you. I'm trying to help you.
Did I
Look,
ask you to come
I need
tell the
help.
truth or preach to me?
Yes, you did,
How
because you're
fucking
opposing.
condescending. Stop for a moment. Stop for a moment. Stop for a moment. I'm not talking to you now. Hello, cat.
Let me
Hi.
answer your.
I'm not talking to
No.
you. Stop. Hello, cat. Would you
Hi.
like to talk to Digital at all?
Well, um, I thought I wanted to, but he seems to not really listen that well or be willing to
No.
answer questions.
He's condescending, arrogant, and he doesn't actually question his beliefs. He's come here only to preach, only to
You know, and I
teach,
had the
only to
Isaiah
say.
verse open just for him, too.
Oh, he doesn't care
It's
though.
Okay,
unfortunate.
so
hmm
go ahead and read it.
No, we're talking about the Genesis thing right now.
And I'm going to answer
About,
the question in
The
Genesis if he
lying part.
allows me to answer
So,
it.
so you're saying that the day is 1,000 years. Thousand
Yes,
years is it? Can I? Why don't you let me finish speaking? Is it terrifying that I might finish and actually ask a question?
okay. Just go ahead and finish
Then shut the fuck up.
that. Okay.
So, Are you saying that the day, like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is like a day, is somehow literal? Wouldn't that also
It's
mean?
both.
Wouldn't that also mean that 1,000 God years is one day to us?
No. God is outside of time.
So you're
You
saying that
flow
it's
from eternity.
you're saying that
It's
it's
not
a
subjective.
direct 1-to-1. It's directly 1,000 to 1
Look, look.
always.
God,
That this is not a
this
loose
is
interpretation
not
saying that
completely loose.
you're saying that it's not somehow loosely saying that God's sense of time is not the same as
Adam
ours.
died short of a day. Okay, he died short of
Short
a
of,
day.
you
Time
say
is subjective.
short of a
Time
day.
is subjective. Even
Can
scientists tell you that, my friend. You go in space, it's
you're not
subjective.
actually listening.
You are not listening.
I heard
You
you.
bring people up
I've
here and you forget
already
to
heard you,
listen.
Digital. I've already heard you. I've repeated
Cut me
back
off.
what you said, and I've tried to clarify to
You didn't
see
want
if
to
there's
listen.
some understanding. But literally, as I speak, you speak over me with some other point. Do you actually understand how to converse with humans, or is this something that you're new to?
I know how to converse with humans.
All right, then why?
I'm not convinced. I remain unconvinced.
Well, you don't like what I'm telling
So
you, so you cut me off. And
digital,
that's the problem, because
digital,
you don't respect the
digital.
people who come
Shut
up
the
here.
fuck up. I'm speaking.
See,
See? Yep,
is that how
yep,
we talk?
yep, digital. That's how we speak
Is that
when
how
you
we
keep
talk? You're
speaking and I'm trying to say something and you're throwing a
losing
temper
your cool.
tantrum like a child. Digital, I'm gonna ask you a question and I need you to hear it. It's an important one. Can you question your beliefs? Question your beliefs.
I just told you. I just answered your question. What do you not understand?
You said you questioned your beliefs all the time. Can you now question your beliefs? Now. Is that
No,
something you're
no.
capable
You
of?
just convinced me that
So
Satan is
then,
around.
so then,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
You just convinced me that Satan is still around. You don't. All you
Okay.
do here is just reinforce my faith.
You're
There's
not actually
no way there.
listening. So you're not here to question. Bye.
That was an interesting apologetic.
It was boring. There
Right.
was no conversation. There was no actual communication. He just came to preach a sermon between my questions.
Yeah, no, he was terrible, but I've just never heard that apologetic for the they didn't unalive when God said they would thing.
Oh, I've heard the God Day. They
Yeah.
unalived on the God Day, on the 1,000-year God Day. I've heard that one before.
I hadn't heard that before. That's interesting.
Well, there's 6,000-year God days to make the world. Somehow he rested for 1,000-year God Day. Was that which 1,000 years did he rest? Was it the 1,000 years after making Adam and Eve?
Well, yeah, that's why they didn't unalive until the end of that 1,000 years was up. He couldn't. He was resting. He was busy resting. He couldn't.
Well, that would have been the
You know what I
same
mean?
day. Wouldn't that have been the same God Day he made them?
I don't know. I don't know what. I don't know about God. Like, look, I'm
The,
just trying to like make sense of their weird
the God Day
apologetics.
math falls apart very quickly.
um, I so the Lilith thing was when I actually knew
Mm,
where the verse was.
mm.
I didn't even get to get there because he couldn't fucking act like a person.
I'd love it if we had somebody act like a person. I see a few people in requests. I don't know who was first. We'll see who makes it.
It's Isaiah 34:14.
Mm-hmm. Well, I found the verse.
But it's interesting to me because it makes a lot of assumptions to say that it's about Lilith. Or there even is a character named Lilith.
Grumps says, if I have no belief, is that a belief? I don't know, Grumps. I've questioned your beliefs before. There's a belief. Is it no belief, though? I mean, is believing you have no beliefs a belief? I don't know if I
When does
believe that.
something go from being an idea
Take
to
me
a
down.
belief?
That was a mistake. I'm not coming up. Take me down.
Oh, okay.
Go from being an idea
Take
to
me.
I'll be here. I feel like now we're out of believers in Q. So if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, not just preaching past me, well then go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Your frogs are bringing joy to somebody.
are they?
It's nice when they're subtle. Sometimes they get very
Oh.
overpowering.
Yeah, they've been a little quieter this past like week or so.
I normally don't panel up until we're over 60 viewers, but I've already got you up here. We could go and bring up Jimmy as well.
I know I was trying to like wait, but I really wanted to talk to him about the God lying and the Isaiah thing, and then it wasn't even worth it.
I'm sorry, I requested up very early. The whole 1,000-day things just gets under my skin.
Right.
Oh, the God days?
Oh, the God days.
Well, I mean, the way it's written, a day is like 1,000 years. 1,000 years is like a day. Is seems to be implying that the sense of time is not normal, that it could go either way, could be faster or shorter.
Yeah, it just doesn't work because if God said you'll unalive in 900 years, it's not much of a warning.
No, it's not.
And then is Adam's age measured in God years or in man years? God, right, a year full of God days, so...
No, it's like one God day. It said he unalived before the God day was over, because the God day is 1,000 years.
But then why isn't Adam's age one day? It's instead of 900 years.
Because they're human years, but God days.
State the difference. We're going to talk about time in two different ways.
Mm-hmm.
It's just an awful cope. That was all I had to say.
I'm with you, and I had plenty of questions around the way that could be interpreted, the impact of a day. What's the point of the threat?
We need a God calendar.
But yeah, the unfortunate part is he couldn't even let a question come out. He couldn't converse.
He was weird and angry.
Very angry.
I don't know why people are so angry all the time.
Sometimes it's because they've been questioned before, or they watch long enough that they just hear the questions and assume that I'm doing the devil's work, and they have to come ready for battle.
You do get called the devil a lot.
Quite a bit. At least once a night. Hello, Jacob. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 33 and 19.
You cut out there. 33 and 19 what?
33, and I was.
Is he cutting out for everyone else?
I was gonna ask if it was me or if it was him.
Okay. You got a little bit of a signal.
Let me try.
A little bit of a signal issue there, Jacob.
No.
Yeah, we're only hearing like every other syllable. They might be coming out of order. And now you're on the teacup. Now you're back. Can you hear me?
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Oh,
I
that's
can.
better.
Much better, Jacob. Can I get your age?
Yeah. I'm 33. I was born in 1992.
I see. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I have a belief in existence. Belief is very broad. Do I have a higher power? I'd say yes, but it is not a definitional higher power that is easy to find.
When you say higher power, what is it that makes it higher or powerful?
The energy within it.
What is energy?
So energy to me is photons, which radiate from our body and everything like that, as well as we can find them all around us.
Photons radiate from our body.
Yeah, this is true. You can look it up.
I'm sorry,
quantum
electrobiomedical
science.
field. And now you're talking about
Yeah,
quantum.
quantum.
What does quantum mean?
Yeah, quantum physics.
What is
So I'm
quantum?
not quite sure what the definition of quantum means.
Oh.
Do you have that information?
Yes, but why are you talking about quantum? What does
Because
that
it's
have to
insane.
do with photons
my
emanating from our
belief-
body?
Because photons. quantum
Which
physics
part of
is
our
proven.
body do photons emanate from?
Well, that's the question that I don't know the answer. One's mind and consciousness.
What do you mean?
So I believe what would create the energy force of a person is how heightened their consciousness or awareness of the world around them is. To be more specific, I'll give you my dogma or my set of principles that I follow. Are you familiar with the Hermetic principles?
Yes. So, before we go into
Right.
Hermetic principles, I'm still back on this. You said something about photonic bioenergy, biomedical
Yeah, so
field.
we build or electric biomedical. I can't remember the exact terms. There's several different terminology in it. But if you look it up, we radiate photons from us, right? And photons themselves are just energy, massless energy. What to say it's like electrobiomedical field or something like that, but I know
So if there's
I might be misspeaking and
photons,
mixing two parts of
right?
that
So if
story.
you're saying there's photons emanating from our body, what did that have to do with your belief in higher power?
So again, I believe in the Hermetic principles, right? So I believe all is conscious. So again, if I believe the energy force is from the consciousness,
What is consciousness?
consciousness is actually wisdom and knowledge, understanding. by
So
definition.
everything is wisdom and knowledge.
And understanding.
Everything is wisdom and knowledge and understanding. All of those things.
It's mental. It's pretty much the mind is
Everything
the world
is
is
a mind.
It's consciousness. Mind is too broad of a term.
So everything is consciousness. Why are you making this assumption that everything is consciousness?
What is the only thing that we all have and it is, you're right, it is kind of an elite point of view, and very occultic.
I didn't say elite, I said it's kind of a leap.
Oh, leap.
Like, yeah, a leap. Like a logical
So what is
leap.
the one thing that all of us have that makes us? You yourself are not the body. You yourself are not your name.
Sorry. You're just making a bunch of assertions now. Can we back up? You said, what is the one thing that we all have
in common?
in
What is
common?
one thing that every single living thing has?
Every living thing. I don't know what one thing all living things have in common necessarily.
That we are consciously aware.
Are you sure that all living things are consciously aware of their surroundings?
All living things?
All living things have somewhat heightened awareness of their surroundings.
Somewhat
even
heightened.
the grasshopper.
What do you mean heightened?
Even
Heightened
the grasshopper.
What? Sorry, you said somewhat heightened. What heightened from what?
From understanding their way of life. I'm explaining it. Listen. So
you're not
the grasshopper.
Anything. You're really not.
So for
though.
the
You're just kind of. And as you talk at us, you're not hearing the questions we're asking.
You're asking me what I mean by heightened, and I'm explaining. Each person has an evolutionary understanding of the world around us. Like, we learn language, we learn how to use our hands. But the grasshopper adapts through life using mentalism and consciousness and understanding and awareness.
How do you know that?
Consciousness means.
I'm sorry, you an entomologist?
Because people have studied them.
Have you studied them?
I don't have to be.
So
personally, no.
Can you tell me?
But I can look it up and tell you somebody who did.
Okay, so in studying it, they've found that the grasshopper uses mentalism. What do you mean by that?
It uses its awareness, its consciousness. It uses its awareness and understanding of its life.
Its awareness and its understanding.
Yes, it's awareness and understanding. Again, that's what consciousness means by definition. You can look it up within form of knowledge as well, and wisdom as well. So it uses its consciousness understanding of its
Where do I
world
look
around
up consciousness to get your definition?
Google. It's real simple.
So when I look up Google, when I Google consciousness, I'm going to get awareness and understanding.
Yep. That is consciousness. To say you want to be unconscious is to say that you don't want to know the world around you. By definition.
The state of being awake and aware of one's surroundings.
Yes. Awake and aware of one's surroundings.
Okay, I'm not seeing knowledge or understanding.
So I have an expanded definition.
Yeah, the definition.
Just how I talk.
So if you're saying that being awake and aware of one's surroundings is consciousness, how have you determined that inanimate objects have consciousness?
I didn't talk about inanimate objects.
Okay, so it's just living things. And how did you determine that all living things have awareness of their surroundings?
And that's what I was trying to explain.
Yeah,
So
you went to grasshoppers. But are there other examples? Are there other examples of sorry, I'm still asking a question. I'm still asking a question. I'd like to get to the end. So are there other examples of life forms that might not have awareness of their surroundings?
No, because we've even studied trees down and respond differently. This is where reiki comes in.
Are trees the only
Grass
plants?
feels the same.
Okay,
Grass
are trees
feels
and
the
grass
same.
the only plants?
No. We've shown studies that show us that they respond differently when they are being altered. Like, it will allow it to grow better. Or you can alter the soil to have it grow differently. So it's becoming aware of its surroundings
Can
and
you
adapting
No.
to that.
can you tell me how fungi are aware of their surroundings?
Can you give me a specific fungi?
Any fungi? Can you give an example of a fungi that is aware
So
of its
mushrooms,
surroundings?
when you hook them up to a Tesla coil and those electric things, they have their own independent frequency vibrations based off
When
of
you
the environment
stimulate
around
them,
them.
when you
Yeah,
stimulate them with a Tesla coil, they do things. Can you tell me how they're
yeah.
aware of their surroundings?
I just told you.
It's
So they
stimulating
do
them
this.
with an
They make
electrical surge.
different surrounding.
Can you tell
They
me
do
how they...
different
Is that
sounds,
them being aware of their surrounding?
respond differently, and make different sounds when using this equipment based off
When
of their
Okay.
surroundings.
does they make different sounds based on their surroundings? Are you sure?
Yes. If you put one in a plant, it sounds differently than if you find one that's by a river in the water. In a planter, it's completely different.
Can you give me
Cut
the
off
study that
from
you're
its root
citing
is
here?
different.
I'm sorry, can you give me the study that you're citing here? I'd like to read it.
Without looking it up, no.
Could you just be making a bunch of shit up?
No, I'm not. You can look it up.
Yeah, I'm asking
If
how
you
I
give
could look
me
that
the
up. Can you give
time to
me...
pause,
Great,
if you give me the time
pause.
to pause
Stop
while you
talking
talk,
over me.
I'll go get
And
it.
stop talking over me and go look it up.
So,
What the fuck is the matter with people? Go look it up. Stop talking. What the fuck is the matter with people?
Okay, I'm gonna assume that you can hear me right now. So you said something about when you change the soil conditions, the plants grow differently. Clearly, when you change the soil conditions, only lettuce, you would behave and act and feel differently than if I fed you a complete diet. Yeah, if you change the soil, that's where the plants get their food from. If I change the soil conditions, the plants are going to grow differently, just like you're going to grow differently if I feed you only lettuce versus like an entire complete diet.
When he gets back with that study, he can paste the DOI number in the chat, and maybe he'll respond. But I don't know. I don't understand why people have to do this, like, overpowering talk over thing. Like they're gonna
I don't know.
win. Everybody seems to think this is a debate tonight. There's no
Everybody seems.
winning.
No, mm-hmm.
Okay,
I'm
stop.
popping
Stop the
you.
condescending shit right there. Do yourself a favor and paste the DOI number for your study into the chat without the snide comments, without the condescending bullshit, or get the fuck off of my panel.
So I am going to drop the link, but I am going to drop myself because, dude,
Fuck off.
I think you did do yourself a favor. It's not a DOI number.
I will look it up. I was interested. Detection of electrical signals in fungal mycelia in response to external stimuli. That doesn't tell us that they're actually aware of their environment or their surroundings. It just says that there is a detection of mycelia do behave in spooky ways. It raises questions. It doesn't declare that they have consciousness.
No, it was beginning to sound like panpsychism, which is really hard to justify. But, I'm much more.
How was I wrong? I was asking questions. Do you not understand? Are you that stupid that you think I was arguing a point instead of asking questions?
Wow. It doesn't say I was wrong. It says you're arrogant and you don't listen to the questions. You're not actually here to question your beliefs, just to preach and proclaim your bullshit. Sorry, Jim. Didn't mean to talk over you. Hey, Jack, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 39.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I have knowledge of things. I don't have a belief. I have knowledge of things.
I take it that means you can't question that.
No, I can question it. I question it every day.
Do you have knowledge of a god?
Yeah.
What
Which
god do you claim to know exists?
an alien god. An alien god named Jesus. Jesus was an alien, guys.
Why do you think that?
Because UFOs and Jesus visits me. Gives me secret knowledge.
Does he?
UFOs visits me. And they give me secret knowledge in everything. There's secret messages in movies, TV shows about your God. It's an
Well,
alien.
ethically, I'm out.
Goodbye. The facts will prevail.
Oh, goodness. Oh, my.
We're off to a great start.
We are just really batting 1,000 right now.
Mm-hmm. It sounded like Yomer, who I'm not gonna lie, sounds kind of like Cyber. Cal. Okay.
I know that one's so good, isn't it?
Wow. Wow. My goodness. That was beautiful. Thank you. I guess we should get back to our actual topic, because what the fuck we are talking about is questioning beliefs. And if you do have a like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not looking for a shouting match or some kind of competitive conversation. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Well, that's strange.
What?
Grandma, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Did you mean to join us, Grandma of Texas? I'm gonna guess not. Somehow, I screwed up and lost the first list of gifters. But thank you to, looks like Bone and Branch, Delilah's Scissors, also to Bong Giggity and to Cat in the Vat, to Breaking the Stigma, and Cat the Witch. Who else? Freak Scene. Thank you, Freak Scene. And Danny Cracks for that first gift goal. Appreciate you guys so much. Here we are, waiting for a believer who believes in something they believe they can question, if they believe they can. And I don't know. It's been an interesting night so far of unquestioning certainty.
Thrayle, do you get a lot of idealists?
I don't know if it's a lot. I don't know if it's an overwhelming amount.
Is hermetics, is that related to idealism? I don't know the term.
Yeah, the Hermetic principles is kind of, I mean, it is idealistic, but it also it has some strange lore behind it. Hermes
Oh,
is Thoth.
I have to read up.
Yeah. Um, a mixture of Egyptian and Greek mythology, leading into a sort of consciousness of everything, but it also has some other principles. It's very questionable, and usually I don't have a problem questioning that belief with someone, but it was rather arrogant of that
Yes,
last guest.
tact seemed less coherent, arguing for the consciousness of bacteria and such. I'm sympathetic to the idealist argument, actually. I can, when it's well articulated, I think it's interesting.
You enjoy the idea of uh, everything being a product of something else's consciousness.
Yeah, it's a little more subtle, like um, given evidence for mental states within ourselves, the assumption is that the world is made of mental states.
Oh, wow. Thank you,
Yeah, it's
Dan. Sorry,
like
that was awesome.
Jesus' coma fever dream in heaven.
Didn't quite understand that.
Jesus fever dream. Yeah, we had a Jesus coma fever dream once. Somebody said that
This is
Jesus was in a coma dreaming of a godless world. And that's what we were. We were in that godless world. But, but it was still Christianity.
mhm. I don't understand all the isms most of the time. A lot of them seem virtually like not able to be discerned from other ones, and I
Hello, Amber Waves. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? I'm gonna guess she didn't mean to request it. And the next guest was Ghost, of course. But if you believe in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking to argue or prove you wrong. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Hello, EJ. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, bro, I'm 30.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Absolutely.
And which god do you believe in?
Yahweh, the God of the Bible.
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Do you believe the story to be true and literal?
It depends on what parts you're talking about. I mean, Jesus' parables obviously aren't literal.
The
Uh,
parables are parables, but do you believe in the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve and Hagar, global flood?
I mean, yeah, I believe in the flood. I believe in the account of Adam and Eve in the garden. The 6-day creation. I think that's can be interpreted multiple ways, and I don't think that dictates whether you're a believer in Christ as being the Messiah or
I
that he
see.
rose and died
So,
for your sins.
so you think the Adam and Eve story is true, though? That those were the first two humans?
I believe that those were the first few humans to have a relationship with God, yes.
Oh, the first two to have a relationship with God. So there
Yeah,
could have been humans prior.
you see in Genesis 1 that he creates mankind, men and women in his image. And then you see in Genesis 2 the account of Adam and Eve.
I see. So you take it as two separate stories.
I mean, it's the same story.
Well, if he's creating Adam and Eve separately in Genesis 2,
Yeah, I
that would
think that
be
the
like a...
account of Adam and Eve is separate from him creating humanity on his own.
I
For
see.
example, when Cain and Abel occurrence happened, Cain was scared about people killing him, so there were obviously people in the world outside of Adam and Eve and
I
Seth
see.
and
So
the
for
daughters.
you, so for you, it wouldn't be a contradiction for there to be a different creation order between the two chapters, because chapter 2 tells a new story after the other story.
Yes, sir. I like your voice; it's pretty cool. What's new, Steven? You know the creepy guy. Yeah, she
I,
knows.
I don't know. So if you're seeing them as two different stories, does that mean that you're well, I guess the confusing part for me to try to see them as two different stories would be where it says that before there were plants, he makes a man. And that would only be confusing because if everything's already done, if he's already made humans and plants and animals from, the chapter before, then why in Genesis 2:5 does it say before there were plants in the ground because he hadn't made it rain and there was no man to till the ground? He
I mean,
makes the mist come up and then he forms the man
it could
from the
be
dust of the ground and breathes the breath of life
it
and
could
gives
be
him a soul.
locational if it's accounting the story of Adam and Eve. Like it already
Right.
accounted for
It
men being
says
accounted for, but
when
it
it
could
when
be
it
that
says there's
location.
no right, there's no plants have sprung from the earth.
Yeah, yeah, it could be in that location. Yeah,
It's just that location.
I mean, yeah, that's a reasonable interpretation, right?
So then in that region there would be no plants, but then the rest of the world there would.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I believe that Genesis 1 is accounting humans being formed, and then Genesis 2 is accounting of Adam and Eve and the first people to know Yahweh.
That's fascinating. Um,
I read
so
this book a lot.
yeah, it's interesting. I wonder how you reconcile there being no plants. And I guess you say just that it's regional. There's no plants in
I
that
mean, same with the
region.
book of Noah. I mean,
I'm
not
sorry.
the book of Noah, but the account of Noah and the flood.
What about the account of Noah and the flood?
When it says the earth was flooded, I think it's a regional flood as opposed to from the North Pole to the South Pole was flooded.
You don't think it's a global flood, just that area?
I believe that, yeah, from that in that account, it's talking about regionally, just like in Genesis 2, it says on the earth, and it's not talking about the entire earth, but in that area, what would be perceived as the entire earth from the people who are there.
Do you see any possibility that these stories are myths?
I see a possibility. I'm just living in a simulation and my mind is hooked up to a machine. There's possibilities for everything.
I see. I see. It's dramatic, but okay. Um,
This coming from the guy with the skull and bones as his account profile.
yeah, we all have skulls. Um,
That's true.
EJ,
Most of us don't see him like that though.
I'm gonna ask you a question. I mean, no offense. Um,
Yeah,
what shape is the Earth?
I believe it's round or
Like,
cylindrical. I wouldn't say like a perfect circle, but
Like a
round in a
dinner plate
sense.
or like a ball?
You said what?
Like a dinner plate or like a ball?
Like a ball? I didn't even hear what the first option was, but like a ball, yeah. They say it's kind of more like a football though, like kind of
an oblate
wider than it
spheroid.
is high.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
yeah, oblique spheroid.
The Bible doesn't speak against that at all though, so that's no problem for me.
Are you sure it doesn't?
Yes, I'm sure it is.
Isn't there a passage that talks about there being four pillars of the Earth, and another about it being um, as a pressed wax seal?
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, but there's also the north, south, east, and west um, directions that we know we have now. So For the Bible to talk about four corners or four different ways that the world spreads out is hard to understand, considering we still use that way of direction.
So you don't see it as literal four corners.
No, sir. And I don't think the Bible teaches that you have to believe that to be a believer in the Messiah or be
And
saved.
the dome and the firmament.
Yeah, that's not necessary for being a Christian or for making
What
it.
is the firmament then?
What is the firmament? If I had to give my best guess, I would probably say the atmosphere, which does consist of water.
Does it separate waters from water?
Yeah, I mean, it separates the waters outside of the earth and its atmosphere from the waters inside the earth and its atmosphere.
Which waters outside of the earth and its atmosphere?
I mean, it depends on what clouds you want to point to, but it's water is older than the earth, so it's plenty of it out in the universe. It's not hard to really understand.
Is it really separating the water of the earth from the water outside the earth?
Is it really not? Is there water on the earth and is there water outside of the earth? And would the atmosphere be
I'm trying to
dividing
figure
line
out
between those?
the outside the earth water. Where is that? Are you talking about water on other planets?
It's water on, yeah, it's water in other
Ice
planets.
asteroids?
It's water
there
clouds.
actually-
It's water vapor clouds. It's a lot of water.
Wouldn't water
Asteroids.
clouds? Is that in the firmament or is that
In
separated?
and outside. So
Is it outside? What
There's
is
what? There's
what is the
space.
separation that that is between the clouds and the ocean?
The atmosphere.
Is the atmosphere between the clouds and the ocean, or is it above the clouds?
Space clouds? Yes. The clouds
Space
inside of the
clouds.
firmament? No.
What's
Yeah,
space
it's-
clouds?
So there's clouds of all types of elements floating throughout the universe and throughout our galaxy.
Are they
Yeah. Water has been
Are the
around
space-
long
so is
before the
that-
Earth.
are there space clouds of water nearby?
Nearby? Nah, I wouldn't say nearby now.
So then, are they really separated by our atmosphere if they're not anywhere near the atmosphere?
Yeah, in a sense, yes.
In what sense?
In the sense that the water inside of the atmosphere has the atmosphere between it and the water outside of the atmosphere.
If a space cloud of water came and enveloped the Earth, would it actually stay out because of the atmosphere?
A lot of stuff stays out because of the atmosphere, even asteroids and
So you're not really answering my question.
yes,
Could
water.
you be Rav?
Depending on the amount of water, yes, it would be. It
We're
would
in a
be.
ridiculous place, aren't we?
I mean, this is scientific fact. Why do you think shooting stars burn up in the atmosphere? Because the atmosphere doesn't just let anything in. So yeah,
Doesn't-
water is.
It doesn't just let anything in.
It doesn't.
I see.
When you
Technology that
fall
all
through
of
the
that is
atmosphere.
contained within the atmosphere.
You said what?
According
What
to
was
the biblical cosmology, wouldn't all of that, the shooting stars and all of that, be contained in the Rakia, in the firmament?
No.
Yes. No? Why not? That's what it says. It says that all of the moon and the stars and all of that is all contained within the firmament.
Can you give me a Bible verse that says that?
Sure. Genesis chapter 1.
Can you give me a verse that says that?
Give me a minute.
Yeah, we'll be waiting for a while. He left.
What?
You won't be waiting a while. He didn't leave. He's right there.
Right there.
He left live.
No,
No, he
he's right
didn't.
there.
He's
Went
right
to see
there.
what ChatGPT had to say.
You just told him to give you the verse, so he
Yeah.
went to get the number.
Yeah. But he's not going to find it.
Oh, he's not.
Nah, because I know.
Have you
my
read
Bible.
Genesis 1?
Absolutely. It doesn't say that the star.
Have you read it in Hebrew?
Yes, I can. I've read the interlinear as well. It's
Okay,
not.
so in your interlinear, it doesn't say
anything about the heavens and earth being in the firmament. You said
Thrayle,
you
do you
weren't
mind
done.
expanding me into a square?
Oh, yeah, I gotcha. Expand into a square. Take
Sure.
go.
Vayomer Elohim, Yehi Me'orot, and God spoke and said, there shall be lights, Birakia, in the firmament, Hashamayim, lehavdil ben Hayom uvein halayla, that shall separate, in the heavens, that shall separate between day and night. Vehayu leotot, lemoadim, ulyamim, ulshanim.
That's a bad point, bro. Never in the
For
Bible is the
for
earth
the
considered the
days and
heavens.
for the years.
Never in the earth, never under the
EJ,
firmament is it considered the
What are
heavens.
you talking about?
It's
The
talking.
point,
It's saying the
EJ,
EJ,
perspective.
EJ,
Yep. Go ahead.
EJ, EJ. Aside from the absolute pride that you demonstrated just a moment ago, the point that I said was all of the stars and all of the cosmos, according to the biblical cosmology, is contained in the Rakia, which is very clearly right here. What is it? 14, Genesis 1:14, and like I,
So
I don't really.
allow me to state my point. In that same verse, in that same passage, it says the heavens. That's where they're placed at. Never does it say that the heavens are inside of the firmament. When it says that
It
they're
says
in the
Barakia
firmament,
Hashemayim.
when it
You're wrong. It's
when it's
Barakia Hashemayim.
when it says they're in the firmament, it's
No,
talking about
Is
EJ,
your
which translation of the
is
Bible do you read?
we can do the interlinear. I read the NASB, but we can do the
NASB.
inter. Yeah, that's one of the best you can
is
get.
your implication that there's a separate Rakia, that maybe there are two Rakiot? Is
My
that your
implication,
implication, that there's the
my
Rakia?
my implication is that when it's saying that they're in the firmament, it's from the perspective of people who are on Earth looking into the moon, and so it would be in the firmament from the perspective of people who are on Earth. It's not
Are you
that the sun and the moon are inside
wait,
of the atmosphere.
Yeah,
hold on,
EJ.
hold on. And God said, let there be an expanse in the midst of the waters, and let it separate the waters from the waters. And God made the expanse and separated the waters that were under the expanse from the waters that were above the expanse. And it was so. And God called the expanse heaven.
oof, that's damaging. That's what I'm
So
trying to figure out. Are you thinking that the Rakia, which is the expanse, the firmament, are you saying that there are two expanses or firmaments or Rakiot? It sounds
no,
to
I'm
me that you're
saying it's
saying there is
one.
the Rakia, and then there is the Rakia Hashemayim. That sounds like that's what your implication is.
I'm saying there's one firmament.
Okay, so if there's only one
Uh,
firm are placed in the expanse, in the Rakia,
yeah, that will be what it's seen from the perspective of anybody who's reading the book that's talking about these events. If you
Is
look in the firmament, you will see the sun and the moon and all the other
it's
stars.
not a got you. It's not a got you. It's just okay to be wrong. It's okay. Like it's only a
What's
learning moment. All we're
what?
doing is learning.
So explain to me what's wrong with what I'm saying. If you're from the perspective of anybody who's going to be reading that book, when they look up into the firmament, they will see the sun, the moon, and the stars.
Right, but that's
What's
not how it's written.
Genesis 1 is written from whose perspective?
from the perspective of the person on Earth?
No, try again.
It's the third
Whose
person
perspective
omniscience.
is
Who like
It's a literary term to imply uh, we are fully aware of what's going on. We are third person omniscient here. We're looking at this whole scene unfolding from an outside, and we are aware of what God is doing. We're aware of what's happening in the heavens. We're aware. That's how the story is being told. I, look,
you feel bad or make you ashamed or anything like that. I'm not here to.
I don't,
I'm
bro.
here as a.
With the discussion instead of trying to patronize or whatever you're doing here. But when it says
Nobody's
when
trying
it
to patronize you.
no, I mean let's just have a
Why are you
conversation instead of
interrupting him then?
because kind of
Why are you
ADHD.
interrupting him?
I'm ADHD. I'm mentally ill. I like to have a conversation and focus on topics.
Okay, well then we'll mute you so he can finish then.
It didn't
Go
take
ahead,
long
man.
for me to hear you. Sorry, yeah, it didn't take long for me to hear you say that that you were saying that there are these shooting stars that are outside that are coming through and are burning up in the firmament. Well, you said the atmosphere was the firmament. Do you still hold that to be true?
Reason, but yeah,
Okay, so if the atmosphere is the firmament, then your implication is that there are shooting stars outside of the firmament.
my implication is that there are shooting stars outside of the firmament.
And how would they come through the firmament?
Is that what you're saying? Is that my implication is that there are shooting stars outside of the firmament?
Yeah, that's what you said.
No, that doesn't even make sense. The shooting stars are in the firmament. That's why they burn up in the firmament.
What you said the atmosphere is the firmament. You said the atmosphere was the firmament.
Exactly. And so shooting stars have to be in the firmament to be shooting.
Well, you said that they burn up when they go through the atmosphere, aka when they go through the firmament. So in
Yeah,
order for
because he
something to go
said,
through
does the
something,
firmament,
it has to be on one side to the other. No? This
for
firmament
something to go
doesn't
through, so
sound
it
very
can,
firm.
I mean, that doesn't make sense. Something can be in something originally and just travel through it. It doesn't have to be on one side to get to the other. But, right.
Sorry, you're
Does
saying
anybody
that
know?
it.
Does anybody know? Or is inside or outside of the firmament? Firmament.
It's a soft
Like, are we?
firmament.
No, EJ wants it to be one way, and it's the other way.
Thanks for telling me what the Bible
It's a
says.
not so firmament.
Well, I mean, it
You're
literally
welcome.
says what it says, and you want it to somehow encapsulate, uh, modern understanding of the universe, and it just doesn't.
So, trying to bring Genesis, where a lot of it is poetic and figurative, and try to think that you'll disrupt a Christian's faith is kind of inconsequential to most Christians because a lot of them do take Genesis as figurative or poetic or metaphorical or however they want to see it. And so,
But
if
we're
you
here
want to
talking about
really
your
get down
beliefs.
to, yeah, my beliefs isn't that Genesis is a literal book in the way that we see a math book or a science book.
So how do you know that the firmament is?
How do I know? I
Well, yeah,
just
you said
said
that
that.
you just said that
I just said
Genesis
that it's
is.
not a problem either way. I was saying it's scholars and educated people who lean on both sides of the fence, but that has nothing to do with the core beliefs of being
EJ,
a Christian.
EJ. If if Genesis isn't true, if there's some way to show that these are myths written by an ancient people trying to understand things that they didn't understand, would that in any way shake your faith in Jesus?
If Genesis claimed to be a historical account and got historical things incorrect, yes, but Genesis makes no such claim, and
I say
so it
the original sin of Adam and Eve is inconsequential to the story of Jesus.
did I say that? I don't remember saying that.
You said Well, Genesis is.
There's parts of Genesis that are historical, as in the story of Abraham
So then,
Isaac and
is Adam and Eve
Jacob.
historical?
I believe the human beings who interacted with Yahweh.
And you
So
think?
was the universe? Sorry, Thrayle.
No, go ahead, Rev.
Was the universe created in 6 days?
No,
So how do you know?
I
How do you know
think you.
when something is historically true, and how do you know when something is a metaphor?
So when you read the book of Genesis, when it starts out with the days of the account of what's going on, the earth and the sun, days in the way that we see days being, we understand days to be in our, from our perspective. So there's no reason to look at Genesis 1, chapter 1, as the historical account.
So now the days are God's perspective, but the rest of it isn't God's perspective.
The days are God's perspective, but the rest, you're putting a lot of words in my mouth, buddy. I said
So there,
Genesis 1, Genesis chapter 1 is an account of God creating the heavens and the earth, but it's not from a perspective, no.
You just said it
Because it's,
was from an earthly perspective. You just said that that's how people would be observing it from Earth. That was your whole argument against the verse that I brought up.
I mean, in terms of time, not perspective of the things being formed.
So does the
I
day end when the sun sets?
actually, the
Yeah,
day begins when the sun sets, Jimmy.
Oh,
that's
pardon me.
that's the
Pardon me,
point.
Rabbi.
If the sun is
No,
being created, how can there be days?
that's a good question, EJ.
That's the point. That it shouldn't be taken literally. You're trying to force me to believe that it's speaking
we're
literally,
not
and then
trying to
say, "Hey,
force you to believe anything. We're not trying to
you're trying
force
to push
you.
the point that it's literal, and then say, "Hey, if
We're
it's
trying
literal,
to
it's
ask
incorrect."
you if you believe it to be literal.
Like you guys are trying to push, oh, you should take it as literal because
Right.
of this and that,
We're
but
not saying you should take it as literal. You're hearing things that we're not saying. We're
all right,
asking you to see your perspective and if
yeah,
you can critically think about these things.
well, let's do it.
And you question your beliefs.
Yeah, that's fine. And so for Genesis 1, I believe that it's an account of God creating the heavens and the earth. When it talks about what's happening, like from a visual perspective, I
Mm.
believe it's the way that the people who are reading will understand it. Even when it talks about a time perspective, it's speaking from a perspective that people will understand it. But
Days.
that's not, yeah, but that's not actually
So
what
they're not
the
gonna.
process that God used.
So they're gonna understand it as days, but they're not really days.
You say they're gonna um,
And Adam and Eve with
subjective.
the original sin and the garden, all of that's true, though.
Yes, I believe that.
Why do you believe that's true?
Because history moves forward from that instance, like genealogies, occurrences in the New Testament. They talk about Adam being an actual person and what his decisions and actions affecting the world, not just them being uh, metaphorical or from a certain perspective.
Can I ask you a question that's
Wow.
completely like non sequitur to this conversation? What is more important to you, being right or like growing and learning?
I mean, growing is subjective. Like being right.
Yeah, being right or being accurate. Maybe I'll ask it that way. What's more important, being right or being accurate?
Don't those have the same connotation? Or like
Uh,
align with the truth? I care about being aligned with the truth. I'll say that.
Great, that's nice. Do you think that you've been honest and forthright in the way that this conversation has gone?
Yeah, to the best of my ability.
AJ, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I mean, you can say no.
I said sure.
That's okay. So here's what confuses me about original sin. So Adam and Eve, and God is walking with them in the garden, and God made the animals, including the serpent, to be helpers. God said, "Don't eat the fruit from that tree." The serpent said, "It's okay, you can eat the fruit from the tree." So Eve does. How is that a sin?
So the sin is disobeying what God said. The way that they knew it was wrong was when God told them not to eat from the tree. He said, when you do, you will die. And so he immediately associated disobeying him with death, which we see sin.
The difference between good and evil. And one
That
creature, one person, or one being says, if you eat from the tree, you will unalive that day. And the other being says, if you eat from the tree, that's not what will happen. And they don't have the knowledge of good and evil, and they eat from the tree.
God also only told Adam, not Eve.
Yeah, we assume that no, Eve says that Adam told Eve, I think. Eve has knowledge of what God said.
Eve actually misquoted what God said when she was to death. They knew, or unalive, being unalive. He associated that with disobeying his commands. And there is cause to believe that they understood what that would mean for him to even be saying that. So when the serpent comes and says something different than what the person who created them says, and they follow it, then that
The serpent was made to help them.
to help them.
Yes, the serpent is an animal, the most clever of the animals, it says.
Does it say he was placed in the garden to help them?
All the animals were.
Does the Bible say that the serpent was placed in the garden to help? Does it say that any of the
The
animals
serpent,
were placed to help Adam?
Yes, all
I
of
would
them.
love to.
it does.
It
Yeah.
says that none of the animals were a suitable helper for Adam, but where does it say that?
2:18 and 9. It says it is not good for Adam to be alone. I shall make him a helper.
And
And
that's the
so
woman, not the
and
serpent.
so out of the ground the Lord God forms all the beasts of the field and the fowl of the air. 19.
Happy to pull up the Hebrew if that's helpful again.
Can we get away from help meat? That'd be great. They were
They're
made to
suitable
be
helpers.
helpers.
What it
Does
says
it,
is
does it say that they were
what it
suitable
says.
helpers?
It says it says not. It says that it is not good for him to be alone. He shall
Mhm.
form a helper, and out of the ground he forms the animals, the beasts of the field, the fowl. That a helper is not found, but it does say that he shall make him a helper, and that he makes the animals, and then a helper's not found. It puts
Exactly.
it.
So,
It says it
so
that way. It says that
yeah,
he shall make a helper. He
and
makes
then
the
he makes a
animals.
helper, and
They
that's
help.
the wife, the woman. So the animals weren't the suitable helper for Adam. So say that the serpent was placed there to help Adam isn't what the Bible is saying there.
And it was God's intention that all the animals would be helpers. For Adam, one can only assume, since God is perfect, that it was Adam's problem with the animals.
Also,
to determine that they were not helpful.
wouldn't an all-knowing God have known prior to making those animals that that wouldn't have been a suitable helper?
That a helper would not be
Where
found.
does it say that he tried to make the suitable helper out of the animals?
I pulled it. I'm here. Hold
That,
on. Give me a
that's
second.
literally in there.
Does it say that he tried to make a suitable helper, or does it say that he needs a suitable helper? Talks about him making the animals, say that they're not a suitable helper, and then actually makes a suitable helper.
Oops,
Is that what happens?
Rev has it.
the wrong one. Hang on, I gotta swap this out.
It's got to be the long one.
Yeah, there we go.
Not yet.
Gotcha.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
So are you guys gonna show me a verse where it says God created the animals to be a suitable helper?
Why does it keep doing that?
We're
There we go.
trying. Oh, it stretches it.
Is it still loading? Oh no, that's weird.
If you use
That's a
the other
bummer.
green screen, one of the other green screen
Yeah. Okay.
settings
Give me
shows it.
a second. Whenever I do this, I feel significantly older than I am. Like I look like my face is like right up among the on the screen. Okay. Vayomer Adonai Elohim lo tov hayot Adam livado selo azer kenegdo. So Vayomer Adonai Elohim, such God the Eternal said, it is not good for the man to be alone. Selo, I shall make for him Ezer Kenegdo Ein Ha'adama Kol Hayat Hasadeh. And so from the ground fashioned the eternal God all of the animals of the field, the et kol of hashamayim, the winged things of the sky, vayave el ha'adam, and so forth came the Adam to lirot, to see ma yikra lo, what he would call them. Lo, that all that he called ha'adam, all that the Adam called nefesh chaya, that had the breath of life, Hu Shmo, that he thus named it. Thusly named it, I guess would be the better English phrase. So the God is going to make never mind, not worth it. It's very clear that this God is interested in making for Adam a helper kenegdo, an Ezer kenegdo. By the way, keneged is such an interesting word. If you want to talk about that, I really like that word because it means up against, but it also you can be against someone, like neged someone, but you can also be keneged, which is like leaning up against or supporting. So fascinating. Anyway, so this helper is going to be made, and then what does God do? God makes all these animals to be a helper, to like figure out which one's going to be the best helper. Oh, leap.
Does it say that? Does it say
You just
that?
added a lot to the Bible though, and then just moves on with it like that's what the scripture actually says, and expects
What did I
me
add?
to.
What did I
God,
Added
just
in
read it in
Hebrew.
Hebrew? What are you
God
talking
made.
about? I don't think
If
you're
you
a
would,
serious person.
if you would let me explain, you say God made these animals so that he would have a suitable helper.
Oh, yeah, it's in the next verse. Hold on.
I love that Rob just gave us a little vocabulary lesson about that word right in the middle of that. That was
Yeah.
fantastic.
Shmot l'chol behema
And so the Adam called all of the names of the Behema, like the beasts, Ula'of Hashemayim, the winged things, the whole Hayat Hasadeh, and all the animals of the field.
Do you not trust interlinear interpretations?
No, he just reads it in the language it was written in originally.
Oh, trust me, bro.
He
Okay.
speaks Hebrew.
Yeah.
Do you think I'm just
He just
speaking? Do you think I'm
I'm
making
saying
gibberish up?
interpret those words as
Yeah.
long as well as the words that you're saying.
Yeah. So what
So
I'm
you might
saying
interpret
is,
it one way, and the scholars
oh,
might be interpreted a different way.
I think that
he
is
is
both insulting and frankly offensive. But
To ask for
um,
evidence,
you understand
look,
he is a scholar, right?
I don't mean to be I don't mean to be offensive,
yeah,
but I would
I
like.
have multiple degrees in
I
this
don't mean to be
area.
offensive, sir, but I would like a second source outside of your scholarly interpretation.
I am literally translating it from the original Hebrew, and then you are looking at a second source, the JPS translation, providing you the English so that you
So
can
I'm
have a
saying
second source. You
interlinear
you
text.
you have this you I am literally giving you both my translation, and the source. People pay a lot of money for translators. You know that?
You know the difference between an NASB and an NIV?
Sure. Good translations and bad translations.
And that was being said, and when the other one depicts the idea of what's being said.
This is I I I don't know what to say. I think that uh, I think that this the internet has unalived the expert. I think the internet has made people to speak on any given topic and has alleviated anyone of any shame that they should so rightly feel.
I mean, but that also platformed you, so yeah.
Hmm?
I said the
Shut
internet
the
also
fuck up.
gave you
You
a
have
platform
no
to say
idea
what
how
you said.
insulting you're being. That's just ridiculous, man.
Very
What was
silly.
insulting? What was
EJ,
insulting? Could
EJ,
you tell me what was insulting? To talk with you guys about the topic that you had on the screen.
to talk about questioning your beliefs,
Yeah,
and you think you can question your beliefs.
yeah, and I think I can push back on others
I
as
see.
well.
So you didn't come up here to question your beliefs. I see. Moving around or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request on out. So far, we're batting zeros today. There's literally
I'm sorry, Raz. That was not
nobody
cool.
questioning
No, it's
their
okay.
beliefs.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out here, like the thing that I'm not trying to give credence to him in any way, shape, or form, but like I do try to avoid sort of the self appeal to how to address that. Like I don't know how to just be like, screw you, I have degrees. You know what I'm saying? Like what am I not doing enough to demonstrate proficiency and expertise? In other words,
It's not
why?
you.
No, I know
I
that.
don't
I
think
know
it's
that.
you.
I understand that. What I'm saying is, if I should be able to um, demonstrate, like, I understand that it's not me. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, there is an appeal to authority, camera, um, and I think that this appeal to authority ultimately is both, I mean, ridiculous from his end, but like he, in other words, I'm going to have to go through each. Somebody did it in says, Rav, can you question that what you're translating is even true by who it was written? I guess I don't understand what that. Maybe I'm misunderstanding that question. I'm not. Eric, what was? Do you just mind like telling me, asking the
Before
question
we
out
do,
loud?
hang on, Rav. Hang on, Rav.
Sorry. Yeah.
We gotta introduce him. So, Eric, I need your age for TikTok TOS.
35.
Which god do you believe in?
Many gods.
Many gods.
Yes.
So, not a particular god. Is it all gods? Or just a certain group?
I believe there's gods we don't even know about.
I see. What is a god?
According to me or according to who?
According to what you believe gods to be.
Yeah, I think a god could be a god, yes.
Do you think you gave a definition of anything yet?
I want to be honest, I didn't really mean to request up.
Okay.
But if while we're on this and you ask me the question pertaining to if I believe in a god and why I believe in a god, I would say there is a certain feeling that I get when I'm out and around different, and I say energy is like a static field.
A static field.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
By like, there's fields pertaining to the way light of the, I guess, I'm not know the proper words for it, but I guess the sky, like the lithosphere, the ionosphere, the stratosphere, the different spheres and the levels between Earth and space.
Mm-hmm.
Like stratospheres, hectospheres, like there's different spheres according to science.
Okay.
So if there's different rotations in spheres, then there could possibly be a magnetic, and that could be the essence of God, is all I'm saying. That could be the God that we don't understand.
The essence of God could be the
spheres.
Magnetosphere.
The spheres
we
of the
don't
skies.
understand.
Right, the spheres of the skies.
Because you don't understand, then it might be God.
Just like translations from a Hebrew
so is that
text
the extent of God that you believe in is the things
not
understand?
all my beliefs are pertain to that belief. I believe in many things. I believe in all the things.
The things that are sometimes mythical.
Right.
I feel like we're not getting anywhere.
Probably not. I probably should just go.
Before we go anywhere, Brown, I had a question for you, and before it gets to that, I do need to thank Bats, Emily, and Heather's Descent for helping with the goal. But go ahead, Rev.
And I want to thank the people who sent over gifts. That was really kind. Thank you for doing that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Eric. I guess I'm just you asked a question, and I was something that I was already thinking about, but I don't think I actually was thinking about your question. Now that I've read it a couple extra times, do you want to ask it sort of out loud so I can really understand what your question was? Question in the chat.
What was the question I asked you again?
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna try and find it here.
I can't remember.
Oh, no, I just damn it. Something along the lines of like, how do you know that what you're reading is true, or something like that?
Yes. That's exactly what I was asking you. How do you know that what you are translating was written? Who is credible? Has credible evidence of who it was written by,
Oh, I'm not claiming to. Well, I can to know what it says.
or
Literally.
that translations aren't mistranslated.
So
That is all I was asking.
I'm reading it in the Hebrew. I'm not using a translation. I'm reading it myself. In the Hebrew and directly translating directly from the Hebrew.
I did, but how do you know that even the translations are
Great.
correct?
Okay, so that was the question that I was interested in answering. And that was what I was thinking of, which was what and I'm going to answer this very briefly, but then a little bit more extended if that's okay, if it's interesting. Learn how to read Hebrew. You learn Hebrew. That's the first step. Once you know a language, you're able to speak it just as anyone else who speaks languages. But I think the question is more interesting because it's the Bible, and so I think it's worth kind of explaining. I mean, I'm going to start briefly, but if whatever. Okay, so I just don't want to take up people's airtime. That's all I'm saying. I want to be sensitive.
Rav,
So yeah.
you could have probably answered half of the question already, and
Okay.
then we'll get to
Yeah.
move on to a
Fair.
new guest.
Words have meaning. Hebrew words are made up of usually 3 letters. And when you understand how those roots work itself and understand the semantic range of these roots, meaning how they're used in other circumstances, you are able to declare a level of proficiency. Good point, Thrayle.
So, but before I cut anybody off and just butt out and blurt things, I would just like to say I also believe in Egyptian gods and goddesses.
Sorry, I'm not. Sorry.
I feel like that was kind of a blurted thing.
Apologies.
Eric, why do you believe the things you believe?
Why do I believe in the Egyptian gods?
Mm-hmm.
Because it makes sense to me.
What about gods make sense to you?
That there's a god pertaining to each thing in the Egyptian culture.
What about that makes sense?
Because each thing's set for a work of good and evil, or it has different translation in what it pertains to.
What do you expect a god to do? What is the purpose of a god?
To create or have dominion.
You're saying over certain things, like you're saying the benefit of the Egyptian gods is that they have creatorship or dominion over certain things. Is that what you're saying?
Kind of, yeah. Would you
What?
like me to give you an example of that?
Sure.
Like Aken Ra is translated Ra, the sun god, and the god of orders, Amun Ra, for one example.
I'll be honest, I don't feel any closer to understanding the perspective.
Okay. Like there's different gods pertaining to a god of earth, and then there's gods of war, there's gods of Niles, there's gods of knowledge, there's gods of dwarfs, there's gods of all kinds of things in Egyptian. If you
And because
study
they
it,
have dominion or creatorship over those things, what is it about that
that gives it value. So like what is the okay, there's a god of the sun. What is it that this particular god's ownership or creative power over the sun?
Going to it'd be like you going to your parents and telling your parents what to do. Is your parents going to being that they are a higher being
Or a living will? I mean, I would hope that they would listen to me.
if you asked a God a question?
But I don't think it's relevant because,
touche.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question. It was the first time I've ever heard the parent analogy used in any coherent way, but I think that it's not a comparable analogy because there is immediate implications that if I were to depend on whether or not a sun god was replying to me, also the implication of ego that the sun would be what I am talking about or asking it for, or that there would be any relationship to me speaking to the sun and saying, "Hey, sun." Although one of my favorite songs is "Mr. Sun, Sun, Mr. Golden Sun, please shine down on me."
That is a good song.
Yeah.
We're close to a WTF.
But I just want to thank you, Thrall, and everybody on the panel.
I've been in
I didn't mean to
WTF for
request
about
up,
15,
so I'm
20
going
minutes.
to exit.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate you, Eric. Maybe another time we'll have more questions. But yeah, there were some people in here who were gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you were capable of questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not here to platform your pontifications into why you can't question what you believe. I want to know if you can. And if you can question your beliefs, well then, what is it you believe? 56 days, Thrayle, says Chalk and Cheese. 56 days, apparently, until I'm a preacher.
What day is that?
I haven't even looked.
Chalk and cheese, what day is that? What are you playing tonight?
Oh, me. It's just so inconsequential. I do have a very funny story from today that I've been dying to share with somebody, but I don't want to do it if it's it is belief relevant.
Mm-hmm. But we're gonna have a guest.
Perfect. Even better.
So, Ruda, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
39.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods higher power or anything like that?
Okay, so it's a proven fact that we man of the reason why we exist is because we have a creator, but I'm not biblical and I don't care about organized religion. But based on like the reason why we exist and the reason like unexplained things on earth, without a doubt, we do have a creator, but I'm not to
Okay,
do organized
so
religion.
yep. All right. So you don't believe in the biblical God, but you believe that something created all of us.
No, hold on. No, sorry. Let me rephrase it.
Oh,
Is the fact that we have a creator, but I don't do biblical text. I don't do religion.
yeah, that's
I don't do
exactly what I
not.
just said. So not the biblical God, but you believe there's a creator. Why do you believe there's a creator?
No. So I don't do a creator, but I could be wrong. So I don't want to slander you, sir. But the thing is,
Are you
like,
drunk? Are you drunk?
oh, I'm not drunk.
Okay, then why are you gaslighting me?
I'm not gonna gaslight you
You
because I
said there's a
believe.
fact that there's a creator. You believe there's something, right?
Okay, so you are right. So I apologize because I said, like, in my opinion, over time, since I was born in '86, I don't do organized religion, but is in my opinion, over time with people and um things that happen to me on Earth, and I actually like believe. I actually believe that it's just like it has nothing to do with it, whether you believe or not. It's a simple fact. It's just like I'm just humbled to be on earth with beautiful people like you and other people. But when it comes to religion, I don't do organized religion. Simple fact.
Simple fact.
No.
Stop
Okay.
talking. Stop for a moment. Holy shit. Garuda. Um,
I'm here with you, my brother.
mm, I'm trying to find out why you believe what you believe. And you had said that you believe there was a creator. You don't do organized religion, I understand that. But why do you believe there is a creator?
The reason why I believe in a creator, I cannot prove it. But however, though, when it based onto something, as far as tech, science, because I'm a science protagonist or like a proponent. So the thing is, I don't like to let people deal with like they are scientists or they're atheists. However, though, I do believe that you could talk about it, but it's just like which one is true or not, because there's certain things on Earth, since like just based on like who I am and my there's multiple reasons why people don't like me. But the thing is, I will never give up. And it's like, this is like let's talk about something. So I will never give up because giving up is the weakest way to get subjugated by people. Say like, it's like atheists or religious people. So I will not allow religious people or atheists to like gallop all upon my human plane.
Thrayle,
All
I
upon
don't know
my
if this person is capable of questioning themselves. I'm not.
Yeah, understood. Garuda, I appreciate you being here. I don't know that I have
no,
any
hold
more
on.
questions
See,
for
you
you,
know, say you
but
get judged. I get judged, but I have a couple of
you
questions
haven't
for
been
myself. So,
judged. Um, it's
look,
just that you're not really coherently communicating with us. You're not questioning your beliefs.
look,
You're not even really directly answering any of the questions. So I feel like it's probably best, Garuda, that until another time we move on. So
okay, so
maybe some other time you'll come back and we'll have more questions. And who knows, you might be capable of questioning your beliefs then. Yes.
Yes, 30. I'm 30.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do. I guess I would say I'm an omnist.
What does omnist mean to you?
It means that I believe all the different faiths have some kind of truth in them. Not that any has the whole truth, but that they all have a part of it.
And when you say that they all have a part of it, what truth is it that you're talking about?
I guess how to live a good life, how to treat people kindly, how to preserve your own spirit in like a healthy
What is
way.
a spirit?
Your emotions, your outlook, your, energetic body, I guess.
Do you believe any of the supernatural claims of these religions?
I mean, it depends what.
The supernatural ones.
Like an afterlife or ghosts
Sure.
or like
Do you
spirits.
believe in afterlife?
I believe in reincarnation.
What does reincarnation mean to you?
That after we pass, we are born again in another body, maybe human, maybe animal or plant or some other thing.
When you say we,
Our consciousness.
what is consciousness?
Awareness.
So our awareness is born again. Do you think that our awareness derives somewhere other than our minds, our brains?
Yes, definitely.
Why?
Mm, let me think for a second. I guess speaking for humans in particular in our life, and so many things that we're capable of in terms of like our minds and what we can imagine, music, art, mathematics, to think that it's all just kind of coming from this like meat sack inside our heads, it seems a little lacking, I guess. Like, it doesn't explain other things that we experience, like inspiration, inspired moments, or like when two people are together and they think of the same thing at the same time. It doesn't.
Our brains working the way brains work doesn't explain why two people might think the same thing at the same time.
Not the way that we think of it, yeah, because I think currently view it as like a very self-contained unit. I feel like there is a
Collective field.
Mhm.
What do you mean by that?
like um I like collective minds focusing on the same idea or like a similar entity can kind of like give it presence in a way.
Minds focusing on a particular character or entity actually give it some presence.
Culture in the way that people fixate on characters from a movie or like celebrities or something. It's like there's a even like celebrities are aware that they're kind of playing a character in some sense, and that character is something coming from them, but also something that they feel like speaks to the greater whole.
Go ahead, Ralph.
I guess um,
When you said there's this unifying thing, what I just heard was like the universe.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess like when you said there's a
Mm-hmm.
I was literally gonna blurt out loud existence. Is that what you mean?
Like living existence, like not just sort of material reality, but like having life. You know what I mean?
The existence of all things, just all of everything that exists. From the storm on Jupiter to the idea of a unicorn.
I guess you could say that, yeah.
Does it matter to you if your beliefs are true or not?
That's a good question. I feel them to be true, and I guess, I don't know if it can be proven, but I think in time we will probably have a more sophisticated understanding of the brain and the mind and where ideas come from and where they exist in a sense.
Do you believe in different categories of existence, meaning um, experiences versus material existence?
Experience versus can you elaborate a little bit more?
Of this worldview, is there a split between the life of the mind and material existence, or are they the same?
I think they're connected. I think it's kind of like if someone has like a really cluttered living space and it's always kind of like that, I feel like that is reflective of their mental state in a sense. And vice versa, if someone's place is really clean and spotless all the time, that's also reflective of a mental state that they're in.
So they're related but not the same?
Yeah, I say they kind of mirror each other. It's kind of like
I thought you were asking a different question, Jim, but I'm going to ask the question I thought you were asking. Does experience necessitate physical existence?
just
That's
experience.
a better question.
Yeah, and
Does
I
the
think
fact
it
that
goes.
we have experiences mean we must physically exist?
Yeah, and the other way around as well. The fact that we physically exist means that we must have some kind of experience.
I don't necessarily know if I agree that the opposite is true. That experience necessarily means we physically exist.
Can I ask why?
It's a thing that but I don't even know where we started now. But Jim asked that, and it made me think of.
When you say experience, do you mean like seeing the color red, or do you mean like
That we're having any of them?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think you have to physically exist to have an experience, and any physical existence contains some kind of experience. So, yeah, I feel like it's they go hand in hand, you know.
Why do it?
I just don't know how you would have one without it. You know, how would you be experiencing anything if you didn't have senses, you know, and some kind of body to sense it with?
Well, I mean, like, just if you like had a you know, whatever fashion that might be in, like, do you have to have a physical body to like experience things? If
Oh, you
your
mean like,
mind can,
okay, I think I know what you mean. Like, is there like a spiritual world where like sort of etheric bodies can still be uh, having experiences of some sort without like a physical form?
that's an interesting direction to take that in, but no, that's not what I was saying. Um, I actually was not expecting that at all.
Sorry. Didn't mean to come out of
That's
left
fine.
field. I'm just not sure what
No,
your
that's fine. My question is if you were a brain in a vat, could you still have experience? Like,
I guess if you're being like kept alive somehow, I don't know. I mean that's a weird thought experiment. I feel like it would be pretty lonely. I feel like there wouldn't be much, but like, you know, I think there might be something.
Rats in a room together. Do you think they would eventually figure out how to communicate with each other somehow?
That's such a I feel like I have no idea.
Okay. No, that's
I
a
do
great
believe in
that is
like,
a great answer.
yeah. I do believe in like plant consciousness. I don't know if that's like related, but like I think, you know, plants have like experience and
Why do you think that?
well, you know, they're finding out more and more about like the what is it, mycorrhizal networks that are like in the root there, and like there's all sorts of like
Osculation.
very complex dynamics that they're having. Like if a tree is cut down, like if, I mean that's pretty amazing when you think about it. And yeah, maybe it's just sort of some kind of biological imperative, but like they're also able to tell each other about like pests. If there's like a pest infestation, they're able to be like, you know, yeah, maybe it's just a biological thing, but at the same time, it's like there's information being transferred there, like whether it's just chemical impulses or what. There's some kind of experience.
Is it all trees that do this, or is it a specific type of tree?
Well, I think they have to be, um, you know, in a community with each other.
No, yeah, clearly.
But yeah, I mean,
because they're communicating through the root systems, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's in groves and very old trees.
Yeah.
Groves and very old trees, but no specific.
It's I want to like read more about this stuff. I remember I had like kind of a moment a couple of years ago where I was like into researching this, but yeah, it's like there's specific like fungi that are like sort of paired with like specific tree species, and they have a very like symbiotic relationship.
Oh, so they're like using the mycelium.
Mm-hmm. The background.
Yeah, it's called inosculation, but that's two separate processes. The inosculation of the sharing of resources and that sort of thing is something that is widespread in plants. Yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah, trees are not related to each other. It's just a evolutionary cul-de-sac. Like it's a functional and successful structure.
Do you mean it's like classified?
Belief in trees. Yeah, trees and crabs. So trees are just a structure that exists. Certainly, there are some
Rab,
quote unquote trees.
Rab.
Yeah.
We got
He
this
has
WTF.
zero what the fuck
Oh, man.
radar. He can't tell.
I have a question to get us back on track.
Mm-hmm.
That when the physical body unalives, that the awareness detaches and then immediately, or maybe after a period of time, attaches to another formation, or do I have it wrong?
Yeah, I guess generally that's how I view it. I feel like detaches is maybe not the word I would use. I feel like I would compare our brains to kind of like satellites, where like we're receiving and like outside of us in a sense. And so when we pass, we kind of like, you know, we're still kind of in that frequency, if that makes sense. Maybe not, but I mean I really don't know. This is all just like speculative, but I don't know. I think that's kind of a little too rigid, I guess. I don't know.
It seems that, is it fair to say that
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fair to say for sure.
why do you believe in a metaphysical?
I mean, I know that there's like such a deep history of humans having some kind of belief in like the beyond the veil, beyond the physical, some kind of so much like variety in the mythology about it.
Do you
But I think
believe because other people believe?
I think that what we have now is a really like reductionist view, and it seems to
You say what we have now. Who's we?
the conventional scientific American point of view. The metaphysical, the sense of the beyond the physical realm that people are just inclined towards, it seems like, since it's happened all over the world, all throughout time.
Are you sure that they're inclined towards it, or could they be indoctrinated towards it?
Not had that, like, at all. You know what I mean?
Do you think that there might be biological explanations that explain why people have a tendency towards spiritual?
Cracked that yet.
Might I point you toward the spandrel theory?
What is that?
Or spandrel hypothesis. My sincere apologies. Spandrel hypothesis.
Can you tell me what that is?
Yeah, sure. So the idea is that there are structurally integral elements to our evolution, integral byproducts of those structurally integral things. So things like our ability to communicate, our want to, for community, these, um, agency, these sorts of things in the space between those things, or in the way in which those things are connected with each other, arise. Oh, and like an example,
Hmm.
um, these are, I think, very clearly um, part of our evolutionary track.
I would agree with that. Intrinsic to the human experience, like the fact that we are human, that we live in human bodies, it inclines us towards those things, whether it's real or not. I mean, it has.
Is it a biological imperative, or is it something that that is emergent as part of our process?
I don't really see what the difference would be.
Hold on, there's a question. I think, okay, my question is about intention versus natural process. Is there a transcendent intention, or is it by virtue of a natural process that we can then assign meaning to afterward? How's that for a rhetorical?
Pull that over. Could you say that one more time?
Yeah. Is it a transcendent sort of thing that is external to human or living things, or is it something that emerges as a part of natural processes?
I don't know. I feel like it can kind of go both ways, honestly. I think it's almost like music, where we we naturally have a sense of like harmony and dissonance when we just hear sounds together. You know what I mean? Like we can hear sounds that don't sound good together, we can hear sounds that do. And that's like an intuitive thing that is just from our feeling, right?
Is it
But
conceivable that sounds being like sounding good? Is it conceivable that there are multiple other?
well, that's kind of where I was going, because it's like when you look at wavelengths, it's very interesting. Like the how do I describe this? It's like an octave, right? Is ba ba, like it's the same note as if you would play it on the piano, I guess. Like it would be a C to like a higher C. Um,
Yeah.
but what's actually like you can use a string, and if you pluck that string, you're gonna get one note, and then if you like sort of pin it at the half point and you pluck the half of the string, that'll be the higher octave. Like there's like a mathematical structure to like why these notes sound similar.
Is there a transcendent mathematical structure, or is it that we have found a pattern and we are describing that pattern using a language structure that we call math?
I yeah, I guess I just don't see what I feel like. Just the fact that it does work, it is kind of transcendent. And I don't know if there's like a creator that put it there or like
What
made
does
it that way, but
transcendent
like
mean? What does transcendent mean? It's kind of feeling sandwichy at this point.
that's a good point. I guess transcendent would mean, in my mind, like tapping into some broader structure. Like we're doing something that feels ordinary on our level, but it's sort of like connected to like a deeper or like higher kind of thing.
Deeper, higher thing. Is that us, or really you just giving something importance?
It's more like
like how people say history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. It's kind of like there's dynamics that repeat themselves, and we see those play out in seemingly ordinary and mundane ways. But if you were to like sort of scale out and look at like the whole of human history, you could see like, okay, well, this example is a lot like this example, and it's not like this example, and they're all in completely different eras and very similar intention.
Similar intention.
Yeah, like the intention to make beauty, to find meaning in life. You know, that's like a very human thing. And I feel like when we pursue that, that's often the thing that creates like a transcendent feeling.
The thing that feels deeper and higher.
Yeah, when people have an experience of like real beauty or like something that feels like, oh my gosh, it's like it was made just for me, even though it wasn't in a way.
I'm not hearing how it's transcendent so much as it is kind of you deciding that it is that.
Well, I think I think maybe
Is
to
that not just
clarify,
a category of value that you're placing on something?
if I can try to clarify, like I would contrast the transcendent with the mundane. So like when we have these mundane experiences, like just doing the dishes, just doing laundry, just cleaning your
How
room or
is this
whatever.
not just a category of value that you're placing on something?
Well, I mean, do you feel like
Some
rapturous
people,
ecstasy when you're like cleaning the litter box or something?
if somebody does that mean that they are having a transcendent experience?
I would think so, yeah.
So then is it not just a value that you are placing on something?
Meaning for people, and it's part of what makes life worth living.
Part of what makes life worth living is transcendent experiences.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, yeah.
And so, is that just a category you've decided of a valuable experience that you call transcendent? Does that mean that it actually is deeper and more valuable to the universe?
I don't know, but I know that it helps me get through life with a better attitude.
I don't know that I have any more questions for you, miss, but I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that you did. I think we're going to move on to a new guest.
Yeah, I think this was a good conversation. I hope you guys
Appreciate you. I did not mean to cut you off there. I get a little itchy trigger finger sometimes when it comes to questions. And if you find new answers, bring them back to us. We'll definitely want to question those. I wonder how many of these are actually ghosts.
We still have the WTF up.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, I'm feeling it. Thank you, years up. It's been a WTF night, hasn't it? I'm making more WTFs just because I feel like this is we're gonna need variety.
This is raptures.
There it is. The questions.
That's hilarious, kind of. What is it? The descriptor.
I think Miss deserves some W's.
You
Yeah.
Up to
should
the
make
Yeah,
chat.
you did good.
W. You should make some WTFs where it just keeps zooming in on your face. So like you change it every time so that it's like really
Closer and
seriously
closer.
each like WTF.
I need some animated ones. I need to sort that out.
What are you using?
What do you mean, like art programs and
Mm-hmm.
a variety of things? Free ones.
Have you ever played Ashen?
You say me? What did you say?
Have you ever played Ashen? I know you play a lot of games.
I don't know what Ash is.
Ashen is the most frustrating game. It's killing me.
Yomer is back.
Hey.
Okay.
Hello, Yomer. Welcome back.
Thank you.
The last 3 or 4 days you've come up and we've questioned your beliefs, and each time there's been a slight variation. So I'm gonna ask you like you're new. Can I get your
I'm
age
fine.
for TikTok? Great. And do you
Sorry
have a
about that.
belief?
Yes. So I'm currently holding the same belief as last time. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be a deist or not, or if I believe in a deist God or not, really, because I'm not sure how I can determine. I'm less sure how I can determine how he's inactive he is. Currently,
Mm-hmm.
but I do believe the Abrahamic God that the God currently is portraying, infiltrating a status to be the Abrahamic God. That currently I mean previously I was a Christian. Sorry, prior to the first time I came here.
So
Okay.
to clarify, you believe that there is a God of some kind.
Yes.
That God is not necessarily evil, but possibly a trickster God infiltrating the beliefs of people to be this Abrahamic God.
Yep. And I wouldn't say that he's even involved in the Quran, because if you look at Muhammad, you can tell that Muhammad was I mean, bravo for Muhammad for freaking studying theism for as long as he. No, I don't think so.
So, are you saying that this God is pretending to be the God of the Bible?
Pretty much, yeah. So the Jewish God or the Christian God, really, I think he was Jesus Christ, but I'm not sure. I'm agnostic on whether the Trinity is actually true or not. Whether it's actually
But
three
you
persons.
you're really sticking to the Jesus.
I'm convinced that Jesus is was God in human form or an avatar. And
I remember. I did.
Is it because it's the least plausible?
Did you come last night?
He did come by last night while you were gone, so we have talked once since. But
Okay.
Yomer, is it because Jesus is the least
Okay. Did
plausible?
we talk about? Oh.
So your question is my belief
Yomer.
plausible? Yes.
Last time I talked to you, we were trying to get down to why you thought Jesus was a person at all. Did you come back with anything on that?
Yes. Yes, I did try to do some research. That didn't explicitly say Jesus Christ's name
Which ones?
referentially.
Which ones?
Tacitus, I think I had the two names right. So
Tacitus. So tell me what you were gonna tell me, please.
So, some historical history scholars have confirmed using Tacitus writing at least a person, but the Bible also references you talks about Jesus being put on the cross, of where so Tacitus talks about someone for blasphemy. I think it was like blasphemy or some. Actually, I forgot the crime. Oh my gosh.
It's okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I forget.
It's
Sorry.
okay.
Didn't mean to forget the crime, but in Judea. And there's a third detail I was supposed to mention.
You say Pontius Pilate prosecuted Jesus. Where's that written?
Yes. Yeah. So I can't say that explicitly. So talks about Jesus being prosecuted.
So wait, what does that have to do with our extra biblical references proving his historical existence?
So to historical documents are in agreement in something existing that it would be plausible.
There's no reason to believe that one of those documents had been interpolated, or as you believe that Tacitus's writings on the subject could have been.
Yes. You and also John talked about his crucifixion. So can I real quick look at crucifixion? See the detail, like to find the details of about the prosecution.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm impressed. He brought us back something like relevant. Well, he showed that he went and looked into the historicity of Jesus and brought us Tacitus, which is what I was expecting him to bring us.
Mm-hmm. But Tacitus, does
But
Tacitus say Jesus?
No, Tacitus. No, it's not a good historical evidence for Jesus, but at least it shows that he went and did the research.
So this says Christos, but it's been it was Christos.
Well, it's changed. It says Christians and and then it is edited so that it says that Pontius Pilate was a
procurator, and he wasn't. He was a prefect, and Tacitus. It was not like Tacitus to make those mistakes. There's actually this whole chunk of that part of Tacitus's writings that cohesively, and if you take it out, it reads much more cohesively. Yeah, that's just speculation. Something that's like it's not as wide, it's not like super widely accepted, like Josephus is, like Eusebius, like really super widely accepted. This one isn't, I guess, it's not as popular but idea, but it is still fairly clear. But he did the work that he was asked to do, and that's counts for something.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yomer,
yes.
does it matter to you if these sources are under question? If there's
Absolutely, it does.
So
have you
if
go ahead, Kat.
if there was reason to believe that this like referential um edited Josephus's account,
Yes,
there's reason to believe that Tacitus's account was the same in the historicity.
All right. So since Pontius Pilate, so we know that Tacitus he wrote in his annual I butchered that, and it was to talk about to document on someone getting prosecuted.
By Pontius Pilate, right?
Pontius Pilate, yep.
But he so in that he so Pontius Pilate was a prefect over his area. But in that writing, it says that he was a procurator, which is not a mistake that Tacitus makes with anybody else in his documentations. So it is very out of character for that mistake to be made.
So procurator. So Pontius Pilate is not a procurator.
No, he was a prefect. So a procurator was more of a like oh god, what is the word? Like a business like kind of leadership role, whereas prefect was more of a military leadership role. And this is what the role Pontius Pilate had. Prefects were put in place in places that needed a little bit more of a firm hand, or were at risk for like attack, whereas procurators just made sure things like ran smooth as far as like business type money and all that. So no, he was a prefect, not a procurator.
So okay, so and prefects can't so prefects cannot take a role as a procurator.
Sometimes they could, but it was the point is that this is a mistake in the this is a mistake in the writing.
Yeah.
Right, and the misrepresenting or like giving people a title that they did not have, or mixing up the titles is not a thing that there's a couple other like stylometric details there that are very out of character for Tacitus's writings, which could lead to that also being an interpolation, just like in Josephus.
Yeah. So if it's true that actually not if it's true, I think you're pretty reliable here. So Pontius Pilate was a prefect, not a prosecutor. Sorry, I keep screwing that up.
Yes, a procurator. No, you're fine. Yeah, yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I would agree. I would say it would definitely be a very, very odd inconsistency there for sure. And yeah, it could have been a very it could have been a mistake on his part, an honest mistake on his part, or maybe it could be an attempt to be misleading to make it appear as evidence. So
another really compelling thing that I thought about this when I was like, as I've learned about this, is that the first writing we have of
Like the first manuscript we have of this is from like the 11th century. Even though, and Tacitus was writing in the what, 2nd century. And so there's a lot of time. There's 900 years there before we have a manuscript of it.
They copied it.
Yeah, yeah. And so it's like a long time and a lot of like copying that has, that kind of taken place and elapsed. Does that make sense? What I'm saying there?
So okay. So even he wrote that a long time ago, but our retrieval is significantly longer.
Later.
Significantly a lot of room for someone to potentially go unnoticed and edit that. So yeah, so that makes sense. That I get where it's good to question, and I that's why I left Christianity. Well, Christ, I really never joined the whole believe in a belief system thing. No, I do not like that. I wouldn't do that to myself. But yes,
So if you, and I don't know if this is enough compelling evidence for you to question whether or not Jesus was real. It was enough compelling evidence for me to question it, right? But if you continue to dig on this issue and you find that you do find enough evidence to compel you to believe that Jesus is not real, what does that do for your belief?
I would be a full-fledged deist.
Why deist?
What type of deist?
No, why deist?
Wait, why a deist? I'm convinced that that there's enough evidence to support God's existence. I can go over the 3 pieces of evidence again, and
yeah, we talked about that yesterday.
Yeah, we talked about that. So
I see.
Yesterday, the 3 reasons that you found compelling for God's existence were the I remember the DNA being a language somehow.
DNA, Big Bang, life comes from life.
Life comes from life, and the Big
That's a
Bang
bad one.
is somehow a beginning.
Yes.
Those all sound like assumptions. Is it possible that all of those assumptions are based in a lack of understanding?
No, I hate to do a personal incredulity. It's not, that would not be compelling at all. But we do know the law of causality to be true in physics.
I'm sorry, just to back up. You said you don't do personal incredulity because you don't find that compelling. So for you, there's no possibility that you could just not understand those topics well enough.
Oh, I acknowledge that I can't. I probably don't understand it to the fullest extent. That's why I tried to have these honest dialects here, because I'm trying to understand reality the best I can. And I'm fully willing to acknowledge at the end.
It implies that there's a God.
So okay. So now that I did a little more research, so the reason why I would say it has the universe is cause is because the expansion effect of the Big Bang, and all effects have a cause. The law of causality, it remains true in physics. Now, if we want to get philosophical, that's where some debate will have to play in. So I'm assuming that's where we're probably going to have to head, is the philosophical area.
Just to back up, you said the law of causality.
Yes.
And because of a perception of this law of causality and the expansion of the Big Bang being a process that would, according to you, require a cause. Is that right?
Yeah, yeah, because expansions are an effect.
You say expansions are an effect.
Yep, they're an effect. All effects have a cause.
Really quickly, I'm going to speak past you. I've got to thank Nami, also Crystal J, Heather's Descent, Danny Grax, Shell. I appreciate you. And we're also at, 26,000 likes. I think that's pretty good, guys. I appreciate all of it. But if we do tap a little more, we could probably bring a few more people in here who can question their beliefs. Yomer, you say that expansion somehow implies that there must be a cause to that.
Yes, because all expansions are effects.
How many other universal expansions have you witnessed?
Not witnessed any, so none others.
How can you verify that a universal expansion is an effect?
Because all effects, all expansions that we've currently observed are effects. So that's where I would draw there. But
And when you establish somehow that this expansion is an effect itself, how is it you leap from the cause being unknown to the cause being God?
well, the third piece of evidence would be the only way I can do that. And as we remembered last time, if I find that the DNA of the cell is not language, then I would open the door to the other two possibilities. Language itself can't be God because language and the compiler, assuming the compiler would be with it. So both of those would have to be uncaused. So language can't really create by itself even with a compiler. So it can't be God. So once we establish that, I would move into atheism being a good possibility.
So because the Big Bang to you implies that there is a cause, and that cause must somehow be intelligent or sentient because you see language within DNA.
Well, to be under the perception of the Big Bang being a cause. Many people that look at the Big Bang will that study physics will tell you that the Big Bang began the universe. Now, I know that doesn't mean it's true. It doesn't mean that has to be true, but the whole reason why it is true is because an expansion is an effect. So an effect has to have a cause. But that's in physics. So of course, philosophically, we can have a debate. Why does all effects have causes? Because
Yomer, yeah. My questions weren't about cause and effect anymore.
Oh, sorry.
I was asking to clarify that it comes down to you seeing DNA as a language.
Yes. pretty much. It comes down to the DNA and RNA being language. Yes.
And we've established before that you have an understanding of language to be, was it syntax?
Yes.
So as long as...
Yeah. Syntax, yes. As long as there's still syntax, and there also needs to be a way for it to be interpreted, because if there's no way to interpret that, then it's simply...
So if there's a way to interpret something and there's a syntax, then it must
or a
be a
compiler.
language.
My bad.
Or a compiler. Yeah. Is this programming language now?
No, because to be a language, it still has to be usable. So you can only use it through either compiling or having an interpreter. Without that, you really can't have a language be meaningful. Interpreter. Cool.
Squiggles, but also thank you, Shell, for the galaxy. Yomer.
Yep. So,
where in DNA are you seeing syntax?
So the syntax in DNA and the sequences of letters, there's clearly a structure in which that is consistent. Now there are errors that are makeable in this code, and then it can get corrected. Now, unfortunately, I do not I forgot. So convenient that I forgot to research the replication process for DNA. A pretty important point.
Are those letters or are those chemicals?
Those are chemicals. We use letters to represent the chemicals and represent the syntax.
Do you think a language is something that just has syntax and the ability to be understood? Or
Yes.
is there not also a message recipient? Do those not matter?
Oh, okay. So the interpreter and the compiler would be the message. Sorry, I did forget to mention message, but the receiver is the interpreter or the compiler,
and the message.
But the message, so the message has to be done through the syntax, has to be done through that syntax. And we have two types of language here. We have, I forgot to mention two types. That's one of the things I looked up. So we have objective and subjective language. So computer language and English language, where we can have a same word meaning different things. For example, this painting is blue. This painting is blue. Very dependent on context. That's why we can that's a subjective language. So I would make the comparison for the cell that's more like an objective language, like computer languages, because it doesn't rely on context such like English. Shoot, sorry, the grammar was bad. Like English would. So that would be the main differences. Is
Yomer, is it possible that you are seeing something similar to a computer language, a code, and assigning it that kind of characteristic post hoc, that you're seeing it and finding something familiar, and so deciding that it is in that category.
All right. So, good question. So, I guess to answer that question, get models of cells.
We don't have to talk about the models of cells.
Well, that's
it's just
very.
What was the question?
The question was, is it just me perceiving the cells?
Have you ever heard the phrase, to a hammer, everything looks like a nail?
I've heard that phrase before, but your question was...
And you're a computer programmer.
Yes.
Is it not possible everything looks like a code?
To me? I mean, yeah, sure, it's possible, right? Anything is possible. This can be a dream right now. Which I know, sorry, I didn't mean red herring there. But yes, anything is possible.
If that's the case, then how is it that you have accounted for your own confirmation bias?
Yeah, and I was about to answer your question on, is it just that it's objective language? Well, I don't see any evidence to suggest that it's a subjective language, because subjective language does require context for same phrases to be different, but in objective languages that's not possible. If you tell a specific way to do it, and if you do it the same times, on line 1 or line 4, print hello world, it will always print hello world. It will never change no matter what line you go to. But for English, that's different. If you go, let's just, I don't want to fit English into a code space here, but
how is this actually addressing your confirmation bias?
It's addressing it because I'm giving you the difference between an objective and a subjective language. So
that's not addressing your confirmation bias. You're just going on with your soliloquy that you had prepared. Confirmation bias, when you as a computer programmer might just be looking for things that appear to be code-like.
Well, I would look at the evidence for what's possibly in opposition of that. So does the DNA and RNA, is it possible that the same sequence of RNA or DNA pattern happens at a different place but produces something else? That would be the next question that we have to answer. So if that's the case, then we have a subjective language here.
That it's a subjective or objective language as you understand it isn't telling me how you are accounting for your confirmation bias.
I'd look for where the evidence is that it could be possibly subjective language. So for my confirmation bias,
why does it being one of those two types of languages, see how you're confirming already that it is a language, it must be a language, but how I'm going to decide if it's objective or subjective. You're not actually giving room to the possibility that you could be asserting your own bias.
Oh, them inserting that it's actually a language in the first place?
That it's a language at all, yes.
Okay, my bad. Sorry about that. Yeah. We do know that language requires syntax.
According to you.
According to me. Well, we can look up the definition of language.
And it does in there.
Huh?
And it says it requires syntax.
Yes. Language
Okay.
requires syntax to be meaningful.
Okay. And because DNA has, therefore it must be language.
Yes.
Are there other
Not
things
just
that
me.
are there other things that contain what could be considered syntax that aren't language?
Good question. Good question, because I have not thought of what I remembered researching on syntax. That is a very good question. That question has stumped me there because I haven't seen any examples of syntax. No, that's wrong. I was researching syntax at some point. Not recently, but a few months ago, about syntax and how syntax can apply to non-language and syntax. I think there's is math a language? I forgot. Math might not be a language. Math does have syntax, but it might not be a language, right? Am I right about that? Is math a language or not a language? Is it? I think it's not. Is that right?
Assume that it is.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's right. So math isn't a language. I'm sorry about that.
I see.
Math is
so
not
it's
a language.
not a language according to which definition?
So messaging brought about by math. I forgot about this. It's it's like the law of non-contradiction exact same way. Well, 1 plus 1 is not just simply equals 2 is not simply language. It's a concept that always exists no matter what reality. So I forgot, but there might be certain studies when we talk about mathematics. I guess we can say calculus is a language. I need to look at that real quick. Is it okay if I search up math being a language?
Yomer, I think we're gonna move forward. Why don't you do some more research and come back to us another time, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Appreciate you. Keep asking the questions. Yep. I'm gonna guess at this point that Rev has probably passed out. It's my guess. Nope, we don't do that. We don't just say things really fast. That's not how this panel works, Rage Quitter. I am gonna need your age for TikTok TOS. You got muted when you did the whole I'm gonna say this really fast. I need your age if you're gonna be
I'm almost 40. So
everything like that.
Norse pagan. I'm a heathen.
I see. And do you believe that your gods actually exist in reality and interact with this world? Or are they more metaphors for natural things?
Yes, I do.
Yes, you believe they exist and interact?
Yes.
Do you believe the Eddas, the stories, to be true?
I think much like the Bible, it is also like metaphorically driven because I didn't grow up around when it was written.
So because you didn't grow up when it was written, you take it as a metaphor?
Yes.
In what way do your gods exist?
It's more of the, it's an attitude of understanding, I guess, is the best way to put it. Like,
what does that mean?
That is the hard part about belief, is like, is it understanding?
Do you understand your gods to exist in some way, and in what way do they exist?
So the fun part about heathenism, understanding of learning, I guess is the best way to put it. Like you don't really know it. You just, and nobody else. Like,
I don't feel like you're hearing or answering my questions. Does anybody else have questions for this guest?
are present in Christianity are derived.
I didn't ask anything about Christianity. Nobody asked about Christianity. Are you hearing the questions, or are you just speaking in a prepared way?
Okay. In that sense, what question do you have?
In what way do your gods exist?
I don't have an answer to that. That's a good question.
Well, you said that you believe that they exist with and and interact with this world. So how do you how they exist?
And to be fair, I don't know is a good answer, but yeah,
I don't know. It is contradictory to you.
I guess the best way to put it is it's faith based. Like I have faith in my gods and my.
There's an echo somewhere. Okay. So why do you think they exist in the real world and interact with reality?
I think that comes across as it's what I.
In what ways do they interact with reality?
Tough question. I mean, I don't know. Hey, like Thor showed up yesterday and he did his thing.
Well, it doesn't have to be that. Do they have to just because you don't see a physical embodiment of them doesn't mean you don't see how they interact with reality. I would think that if you're going to say that they do.
No, okay, so counteracting to like, since this is obviously a debate, Kat, what is
fucking hell? Can you read the screen?
Excuse me?
Can you read the screen, Rage? Rage, can you read the fucking screen?
you question your beliefs. What is your belief?
Is that a debate prompt?
Sounds pretty debatable.
It's debatable. Can you question your beliefs, Rage?
I've questioned my beliefs most of my life. Is what I have been taught the best belief? Is it the thing I need? I question everything.
And so when you question about your beliefs, does that require debating and arguing against someone else's?
Talk together.
What does that mean, talk together?
A conversation, can we not describe and talk together?
I think we have been talking.
So, my question is...
So what makes it appropriate to completely circumvent the question that I asked you and try to ask me questions? I said that I asked that a god does not necessarily, or any gods do not necessarily have to manifest themselves in front of you to interact with reality. And you had said that you believe that they interact with reality. And when you say that that's reality, or you would have some ideas about how they interact with
Okay.
reality. So I'm just trying to get to what the bottom of that is.
No, I am personally, like, I understand what you're saying. And again, I would like to bring up the fact that, like, I do think it's belief based.
So what leads?
I don't know, like crows, spending time in nature. I really am. I'm just trying to explain to you, is all I'm trying to do. By the way, really good music. I'm not gonna lie.
You're just trying to explain what to me?
Well, I mean, it's all faith based.
So, what gives you the faith that they? That's better, right? Yeah, that's better. Sorry.
I mean, what is faith? What are you questioning? That's what I want to know. I'm not the host. They didn't ask me.
I did. I asked you. I said,
Yeah,
what is faith?
he did ask you.
You
Yeah.
said it's faith-based. I said, what is faith?
It's what you believe in, your own personal beliefs. How is that wrong?
We're not
Oh
here
my
to
God,
tell you
Thrayle.
it's right or wrong. We're here to ask if you can question it. You understand that, right?
No, I get it.
Okay, so what you said, it's your own personal beliefs. That's what.
Question. What is your belief?
Yeah, see, that doesn't help you question your beliefs. That tells me that
No,
you're
I
evading
mean,
it.
tells me you're evading questioning your
I'm
beliefs.
not evading a damn thing.
You are. We've been
How so?
trying to get there.
You have literally been evading this whole time. Anytime you get uncomfortable or don't necessarily know or have a really good answer for a question that we ask, you try to turn it on us. I don't know is a fine answer. Or taking a second to think about it is afraid of the questions and then trying to pull an Uno Reverso onto us. That's not okay.
Appreciate you both, but I do believe that you're dodging questions. Have a great night.
The rage quit otter, rage
Oh my god! I think that you're dodging my. Oh my. He did not just seriously say that.
Okay.
Did that really just happen to Yes, Hannah, it was wonderful. Me and Thrayle are dodging the questions.
We're dodging questions. So saith the rage quit otter.
I laughed
Holy
out loud. Oh my goodness, that was hilarious.
Holy shit, dude.
Right before he rage quit, I thought that was hilarious. I made sure that I did not disconnect him. I didn't even prepare to, because his name.
Every time. I don't know how long you've been here, Philly. I feel like I just saw you float in. But every time we would ask him a question he didn't have an answer to, he'd like try to pull an Uno Reverso on us. And then we wouldn't let him.
I heard that. I heard the
Oh my gosh. I feel like you guys are dodging the questions. Holy shit.
If you also feel like we're dodging the questions and you'd like to come up and show us how to answer them, well then go ahead and request on up. Hello, JP. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
34. How are you guys doing?
Doing alright. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm somewhat of a new Christian and I'm still trying to figure it out. So it might be easy for me to be like, yes, I'm questioning it every other week so far. So,
You say you're a new Christian. Have you read your Bible?
not all of it and not in order either, but I'm getting around to it.
Do you believe the stories that you have read to be true and literal?
Literal? No. True? Every time I question all that kind of proves everything I just read is false. The other week I find something else that, like the Dead Sea Scroll, that brought me back from losing faith 2 weeks ago. And then I went again to look at a 360 biome movie about astrology and the planets, and then I lost faith again. So I mean, I don't think it's really belief to just sit in it. Does that make sense?
Yes. So, you said that you You questioned your faith just by watching a documentary about space.
Yeah, I mean, it's the stuff I knew already too. That's the crazy part. I'm really, I go with it from logic. So like even religion, I go all the way to Orthodox Christianity because that's the only thing that
JP,
feels remotely.
what makes you believe in Christianity at all?
Because other than the miracles, what is there not to believe? It's just a guy that did a good, like, you know, he talks good values to a people that needed it in a time of hardship. And I mean, other than the miracles, there's nothing not to believe.
You say other than the miracles.
The miracles is what I'm not, like, I'm working through it. I'm discovering, reading, but I mean, other than that, there's proof Jesus existed, even if you don't believe he did anything incredible.
What proof is that?
Well, you might, okay, it's not so much proof, but if you believe the Bible wasn't touched too much, or was touched, and then you look into the Dead Sea Scroll that were discovered way later after the Bible, and we're like 99.9% accurate to the word of the Bible. So there isn't like, and I'm talking Orthodox Christianity, not Catholicism and all the pick and choose the part I like to make my own religion bullshit.
I'm not hearing what proof you said there is
Well,
of
like
Jesus.
do you know about the Dead Sea Scroll?
How does that prove Jesus?
Well, it proves somebody named Jesus did those things. There's 66.
How does the JP? How do the Dead Sea Scrolls have anything to do with Jesus?
Well, they corroborate a bunch of 66 books that came to be the Bible from a different source
So if
way later. That
I'm sorry, if the Dead Sea Scrolls are copies of the Old Testament, what do those have to do with Jesus? How does that corroborate Jesus?
I'm not sure I follow you. Like, so you're saying even Jesus, you don't believe a person named...
I didn't say I do or don't believe, and what I believe doesn't matter,
I need
JP.
your framework of
my
thinking to
fucking
see what
God.
kind of question you ask.
No, you don't, JP. The question is, what evidence? You said there's evidence of Jesus. So what evidence is there that Jesus existed? That was the question. It doesn't matter what I believe or don't believe. You said there was evidence. I'm asking what evidence there is.
I would argue the Bible. Just the same way you have other... Sorry, I'm French, my first language. I'm losing my words sometimes.
That's okay.
Aristotle and stuff like that have like way less proof of their word, and do you believe they existed?
We're not basing religions on them, are we?
Oh, well, but I'm not that. My point is, I'm not tying Jesus to the
You said that
supernatural stuff.
You said there was proof he existed.
As
that
a human.
sounds like a belief claim, JP.
Yeah.
I'm asking you what your proof is. What is it that makes you believe?
Then you're right. I have no
thing?
proof because faith is believing in something without proof. So you're right. I have to admit, like with the wording, you're right. I believe Jesus existed because I don't have, with the evidence that been provided, I conclude that I believe that.
I see. So in believing that Jesus existed as a human, does that inform you as to whether or not the New Testament is true?
Say that again, sorry?
Do you believe the New Testament to be true?
old, and I haven't gotten to the new yet. I'm not. I can't answer you honestly.
Do you believe the Old Testament to be true?
I.
Do
That
you
the
believe
words,
the
the
earth was
stories.
created in 6 days?
No, because
Do you believe
Orthodox
Adam and Eve
Christianity
were the
can
first 2
coexist with
humans?
evolution.
Do you believe that Adam and Eve were the first 2 humans?
No, I believe that's a metaphor.
A metaphor. Is the first sin a metaphor as well?
The first sin, you said? I don't know enough to give you an honest opinion.
I see.
Maybe I'm too new in my Christianity to be on this panel, but I wanted to come on here and
It's
I
fair
do
enough.
question everything.
Yeah, JP. Does it matter to you whether the stories are true or not?
The more I'm searching into it, the more I'm realizing maybe Jesus is not about if it's true or not. It's about the value system it gives you. A little bit reminding you of what's already in you.
Is there any chance that the value system itself could lead to poor outcomes?
Yeah, because it's subject to interpretation.
May I ask,
Go
what does
ahead,
it mean to be a Christian?
To me, so far anyway, it's trying to live your life in the image of Jesus and his values, because he, quote unquote, would be taking the best decision that could ever be, etc. So if you try to align with that, you can call yourself a Christian in my eyes.
Even if there is a possibility that there was no person named Jesus?
Yeah, I'm willing to accept that it's all a fantasy giving you good value to help you be a better person. Like, I'm willing to accept. The thing is, there's a difference between Orthodox Christianity and Catholicism. Anything else that's anything else than Orthodox is about control.
Oh, so you identify as an Orthodox Christian?
Yeah, because it doesn't tell you live a good life, then you'll be saved. Live a good life or there'll be consequences. It tells you try every day to do better. Be accountable for yourself, for your own mistake. You know deep down you fucked up and that wasn't right. Don't do that. Be honest with yourself. Honest with yourself all the way through, then you're saved.
Do you
It's not about
do you think that the Orthodox Christian Church has been accountable to the harms that they have done throughout history?
taking lands, Catholic. We can go through all of them. It's all Catholic, 98%.
No, I'm talking about the Orthodox Church.
I mean, you're gonna have to bring example of the hurt they've done, because most of it is other branches of Christianity that were created for power.
You think that the Orthodox Church has never done anything to harm humanity?
I mean, I have to research more, obviously, but that's the way Jesus practiced Christianity back then. It was the Orthodox way. As far as I'm aware, like I still have some learning to do, reading, but
No. Sorry. Why do you think that the way Jesus practiced Christianity, which wasn't even a term at the time, the way that the Orthodox Church does?
So far, I would have to. How can I say? I would have to see, like, proof that it isn't. I no, I'm not
Well, I
wording that
mean,
properly. I'm sorry.
I did just
No, that's fair.
there was no Christianity before Jesus Christ, right?
Yeah.
Why do you
So
think Jesus
how is
practiced
Jesus
Christianity?
practicing Christianity? Exactly, Kat.
Well, it's just what aligns the most with the word he was speaking within the Old Testament's Bible. Well, no, because he wasn't there yet. But anyway,
Yet, so why do you think Jesus practiced Christianity at all?
I don't think he practiced it. I think Christianity is the logical conclusion to his words.
So why did you say then that Jesus practiced Christianity the way the Orthodox Church does?
Oh, I meant to say that the other way around. Like,
The
Orthodox.
Orthodox Church follows what Jesus did.
Yeah, they're trying to be Christ-like.
Are you open to the possibility that the Orthodox Church has done things that are very much not Christ-like?
I'm very open to that. Every other week I go back to nihilism from Christianity. Yeah.
Do you see nihilism as the opposite of Christianity?
No, this is where I come from, though.
You came from nihilism.
No, well, I come from a part of Canada that's really Catholic, so I could never grow up to believe anything that touches religion was good at all, and I grew into thinking about values and stuff like that, and it brought me to religion, and then I could, with research, separate Catholicism and other branches, and then I felt the most true, because I come from a logic standpoint, so not everything is logic, but I want the sources as much as possible. So I went to the oldest version of I could find of Christianity, kind of thing.
How does your logic sort through the claims about miracles?
Say that again, sorry?
How does your logic process, consider the miracles that are claimed in the Bible?
So yeah, I was saying earlier, my big itch with believing so far is the miracle, especially since the more I look into it, the more a lot of the stories and testimonies of Jesus preaching here or there, a lot of them can have multiple sources, but when it comes to miracles, it's always a one person testimony. So I'm not convinced. I'm still learning, but that's the one big itch with believing so far is that's why I go back to defaulting to it might just be good for value, logical to the miracles, sure. And again, yeah, there's always a one person testimony when it comes to those.
If all it's good for is potentially the morals, the ethics, the values, then why attach yourself to the baggage of the Orthodox Church rather than just creating your own value system that might mirror Jesus's teachings?
There's not really a reason. I mean, that's why faith is involved. I mean, you decide to believe in something without proof because it provides comfort to human or just normally trying to give like meaning to things. That's just a human neurology fact. So, I mean, that's why a lot of nihilism is connected to depression. Not always, but you got to be a really strong and intelligent nihilist person to not fall into depression.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah.
humans want to find meaning and stuff.
Mm-hmm. So it's not necessarily just the morals, the values. It sounds like it's also the comfort that you find in the church.
Yeah, the more I sorry, I can't English. The more I deconstruct, the more I find myself one week believing and the other week being like, that's why I say believing for like 30 years. I don't know if I'll be able to believe for much more than I keep going back and forth every time I discover more. So how can somebody believe for 20 years straight? Are you deciding to ignore things that could shatter your worldview? I think most fully religious people do. JP, honestly, in the comment, I don't know, bro. I don't know what you're saying. I didn't keep up with the comments. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway, I yapped a whole lot. Somebody else, maybe.
I appreciate you, JP. I don't know if Philly, did you have another question for JP?
If I give it 20 seconds.
Well, we'll see about that.
No, I mean, like, I'm not running away.
Understandable. I appreciate you, JP. I think we are going to move on to a new guest, but
awesome.
I hope you keep asking questions, and if you come up with different answers, definitely bring them back to us.
I will give a follow and go to bed, though, but I'll catch you guys another day.
Yeah, appreciate you, JP.
Thank you for the
I
conversation.
know that JP didn't mean to give me a just lovely praising compliment when he was talking about nihilism, but I took it as one. So he had no idea that he was just like stroking my ego a little bit, but thanks, JP.
Well, I'm glad he could. And I'm also glad we hit our goals. So thank you very much to Dorothy, to Ms. Bear, to Hazelnut, to Danny Grax, to Hannah, and to Cat the Witch. Appreciate y'all so much for helping with that goal. And we've got, oops, didn't mean to click it, but we've got Billy joining us. Welcome back, Billy.
Hello,
You've been
Billy.
here before.
Salutations, and how is everybody doing?
Doing all right. Can you remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 55.
And you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I absolutely, yeah, man. I have a belief in this,
How has it changed?
Okay, man. So this is kind of where I'm at. Like, wow. All right. So I was stuck in the Gnostic Christian, and spent about 25 years doing all the Nag Hammadi bullshit, and the Enuma Elish and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of books. And now all of a sudden, dude, I found a place, dude, a religion, but I have a belief system. And I think what I am now is I'm I'm the observer. and but not the observer, not the unjudgmental observer in the middle of chaos. Isn't that weird or what?
The way you're presenting it, Billy, is it's not helpful. It sounds. I want to question you, but you don't sound stable right now, Billy. Are you stable? Are you okay?
No, yeah, no, I'm very. I just now ate a macaroon cookie, and I was trying to swallow it and talk at the same time. I apologize.
You're saying you are the observer.
Yeah. So I am the observer.
What does that mean?
That means that I'm kind of becoming unbiased to the woes or the drama or whatever else is happening around me. I'm kind of I'm kind of moving away from dualism, which I've been even though I thought I wasn't. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I thought I wasn't stuck in dualism, but I found out that the Christ Jesus thing with the Gnostic Jesus and the Sophia abandoned something here, but I fell back into dualism again. I didn't realize it. like it's so subtle the to do that.
Mm-hmm. What was the question I asked you?
Yeah, do I believe in a God or gods?
And you believe you are the observer. We went through that already.
So yeah, I'm the observer. Yeah. Do I believe that there's a demiurge?
You just said you were moving away from Gnosticism.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that I don't believe that there's not a demiurge.
So you think there's a demiurge, something that is not a benevolent God, but that created all.
Well, I think the demiurge exists in every single one of us.
The demiurge exists.
Demiurgos, like I have my choices, and I have urges, right? And I know the demiurge is Yaldabaoth, and he's got Sabaoth, and he's got all that blah blah blah,
There's a lot of blah 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 happening.
Yeah. Okay. So ask me another question, please.
Yeah, I'd love to ask you questions, Billy, but I don't know that you're actually responding to the questions.
Oh, okay. All right.
Billy,
I think
you go ahead, Kat.
I think Billy, that you have been questioning a lot, and that you have been getting a lot from coming here, and I think that you should also continue to read and think about the things you believe, and um, come back to us with a more fully formed idea of what you're believing. Take some time and really listen and read and think on it, because it's hard to ask you questions every day, because we know what it was yesterday, right? So if you um, if you come back to us, after you have thought it out and formed it a little bit more, and um, and have doing it day by day makes it very difficult to question. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
Billy, I would wonder if you can question what it is you mean by observer when you say you are the observer, and when you talk about the demiurge, why do you assume that there must be something that created?
Oh no, no, I don't think the demiurge. Maybe the demiurge didn't create. There's actually a
Then are
really
you actually talking about the demiurge, or are you talking about some other idea now?
yes, tradition is different than the demiurge in the Valentinian tradition, and I'm finding which the only kind
Are you
of thing that I
finding any reason to believe that there is such a thing, or are these just ideas that
don't
are
know. No, these things are there's not. It's not real. It's myth. It's mythology.
right? Then, so if it is mythology, then why are you saying you believe it's a thing? Why is it a part of your belief system?
I think it's a Freudian or it's a it's a mental construct that's
Do you see why it's difficult to question you, Billy? Because these aren't actually your beliefs. These are ideas that you like to talk about that you don't actually believe in, but you present them in ways where I want to question as beliefs, but they're not beliefs. I think you should form what it is you believe and come back to us. If
you see the the reason why I'm actually showing up here is I'm trying to find the right questions to answer to ask myself, and I'm trying to find the right books or knowledge to find to be able to help understand a little bit more about what may because
Keep coming and listening because we talk about a lot of things every night.
and you'll probably find more questions listening to other guests question their beliefs at the moment, Billy, because it's sounding like you're not quite sure, even like you said, what question to ask. I think we're going to go ahead and move forward, though. And if anybody does have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue, just to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then, what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Hello, country Norseman. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? We can't hear you.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
There we go.
Yes, I'm 29. I can hear you. So I'm 29 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I am also a Thrayle Norse pagan, so I believe in Odin, Baldur, Thor, Loki, so on and so forth. As in the plethora of more than one.
Do you believe these gods actually exist in some form?
In the sense of the way that I exist is the old way, not the way that most would see them now. Is and they're more of an ancestor more than a god. So the teachings that are passed on from them, yes, it is a religion to us, but it is more so a passing on of wisdom and being able to
Passing on
connect to the
wisdom.
nature and whatnot around you.
Have you read your Eddas?
So far, I've read into the first part of the Falundra of the Poetic Edda or Edda.
So you haven't read the Prose Edda, and you've only read a piece of the Poetic. You haven't made it to
read
the
into
full.
the Poetic. Not yet. That is one that I've yet to get into. I'm actually looking forward to getting into that one.
So you're Norse pagan. You've only read a piece of the Edda, the Poetic Edda.
From the Poetic Edda that was actually translated from a professor from that has actually studied the older.
I'm sorry, which
Edda.
translation are you reading?
I'll have to go back. Let me see if I can actually pull it up again.
I can't hear you now. You got muffled.
Well, I don't.
Back.
Yeah, probably.
If you cup your microphone, if you cup the bottom of your phone, it's going to make feedback. We're going to hear ourselves. The speaker and the microphone are next to each other.
My phone is laying down, actually.
Yeah. So you were saying that it was a particular trend.
I don't know which specific. It was sent to me by another person from TikTok that had found these sources, and that they had said that they were from. They weren't American. They were from another country. They were English translations and whatnot. And I had read American translations, but I wanted the closest translation to the original that I could get.
Closest translation to the original. Wouldn't it just make sense to learn Old Norse?
Yes, but I don't know all of Old Norse, so it would be easier to learn it in English before I got the Old Norse for me.
I see.
Because I would like to at least kind of try to understand a little bit of the language in the. Say again?
Do you know who wrote the Eddas?
The original copies of the Eddas? No, I do not. It's a part of the my religion is being able to admit I don't know everything.
That's good. I don't know if that's necessarily part of your religion, but I can appreciate. I can appreciate being able to admit you don't know something. These stories that the Eddas are not original Norse stories, but are, in fact, well,
very well. It could be true.
It's funny how I didn't quite get to finish. Is it possible that they are retellings of stories through a Christian lens?
As I said, it very well may be true, because the Falundra is basically just Genesis.
So if that's the case, if these are retellings of stories through a Christian lens, is it possible that there's nothing authentic about them?
Well, like, if you look at it in that lens, it could be seen that way.
But you were saying that you were learning or reading a particular translation because it would get you as close to the authentic or original Norse as possible. If it's possible that these aren't even original in Norse, then why would you believe these stories?
It's because I believe, and it's not just because of my religion or anything. I believe that if I have the authority to say that someone else's religion or stories of their faith doesn't exist, then how can I prove that mine exists? If that makes any sense. If I was to say that Christianity doesn't exist,
why would you do
in
that?
turn that would say that like if I may be misunderstanding what you meant by what you said. 'Cause I'm not the smartest person. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not very smart. I was an infantryman in the military, if that makes sense.
If it's possible that these texts are not original stories from the Norse culture, then why would you believe this reformed religion based upon them?
Well, if one could prove that the Garden of Odin is not an original text from an Edda, or that it is not
the Garden of Eden, what?
Or the Garden of Odin is not the Garden of Eden. The Garden of
Sorry.
Odin is you're
My
perfect.
mistake.
It's not just in Norse mythology though. There's another one that had a similar story. I can't remember their name. It's gonna upset. There's another religion that had a similar story that in Norse mythology it's Ashen Leaf, and Christianity it's Adam and Eve. I don't remember the other version of the story. It's not just Norse paganism, it's multiple different branches of paganism that if you actually pay attention to it, they're all tied into Christianity, and Christianity doesn't actually know it because they don't pay attention to
A single thing about Christianity except the possibility that these were written from a Christian lens. I don't know why you're talking about Christianity now. I was asking about your belief in these stories, if they could possibly be retellings and changed stories. Why would you believe in this religion? And you told me about Christianity. I don't know if you're actually here to question your beliefs. I'm not really sure why you'd request it up. If anybody has any questions for this guest, go ahead.
Thank you, no.
Kat, did you have any questions? No, guess not.
I did realize.
It's a Saturday night. It's definitely proving to be a Saturday night, isn't it?
Oh, certainly. But you know what? We don't get too many gems. Like, I think you guys are dodging that often. It was so good.
Cat cut
The
out for me
irony.
there. I didn't hear it.
So we don't get too many gems. Like, I think you guys are dodging the questions and then a rage quit. Like, that was a genuinely just wonderful moment.
It was. It
From
was.
somebody named Rage Quit. It was perfect. Okay.
couldn't have scripted it, couldn't have prayed for it.
Yes, cat father. Yes, he has been called the devil already.
At least once a day. Hello, Sue. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Sue, did you mean to join us? Oh, but that's okay. We'll talk to Nomi. Nomi, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 21.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
No, unless you consider the universe God.
Only if you consider the universe God, then I would question that, but I'm guessing you don't. So, if you don't believe in a God, why not?
Well, I guess it would be specific God. I grew up with the Christian God, so I don't find that he would logically be real.
So you don't find that the Christian God would logically be real, and
Sure.
so therefore don't believe in that God.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I gotta get it off here. There's no way you talk like that in real.
Yeah, that's really funny that after you've been on TikTok doing these lives for over a year, day in and day out, people are still questioning it.
I should be encouraged. If they just believed that it was my voice, then they would be. I mean, shouldn't we question that?
Sure.
So maybe their incredulity is encouraging. Hello, King. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm 35.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe that law is the eternal truth of nature, and there's nothing superior to law.
Law?
Law, yes.
Like LAW.
That's correct. That's
Law
correct.
is the eternal truth in nature, and there is nothing superior to law. What do you mean by law?
Law, that which governs and controls everything.
And what is it that governs?
Law governs. It can be observed.
Law governs.
That's correct. Like the law of gravity, the law of cause and effect. This is what governs and controls everything that goes on in our universe.
You say this is what governs and controls from our observances. Could we be mistaken?
You can't mistake law. Law can't be mistaken.
Law can't be mistaken. Are you sure?
It's definite.
Who decides what is law?
We don't. We come here. The law existed before we got here.
How are we deciding what is law?
We don't decide what's law. That's why I told you the law existed before I got here. And it will continue to exist
What
after I
is
leave.
not King? What is not law?
You said what is not law?
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand your question.
I think that Thrayle is in asking you who determines what the law is. It's trying to get at what is the law, right? And so by you continuing to say we don't determine it, I'm trying to ask you then, what isn't the law? So that helps to differentiate the law between not law. Does that make any sense?
You say you're trying to determine what's law from what's not law?
Yes.
Well, you'll make that determination based off of observation. So if
Okay,
say
so we
for example,
determine
okay,
the
hold on,
law
let me
by
give you an example.
observation.
Okay, go ahead.
We determine the law by observation?
That's correct.
Okay, Thrayle, does that answer your question?
Through observation. Um, can we be mistaken about what those laws are?
No, because it's cause and effect. You can't. It's just as simple as
Is
mathematics.
cause and effect one of those laws?
That's correct. You reap what you sow.
You reap what you sow. That sounds rather
biblical.
Biblical, yeah.
I mean, it's put like that, but it's the same thing. It's cause and effect.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
So, cause and effect. You're saying for every effect there is a cause.
Yes.
Is this like equal and opposite reactions? Is that what you mean?
If anything is happening, there's a cause for it.
If
You
anything
can
is
observe
happening,
it.
there is a cause.
Yes.
And have you verified that?
You verify it through observation.
And so through observation, you have verified that for everything happening, there is a cause.
That's correct.
I see. And so this would be a law. And
we don't get to
discover the
make them
laws.
up. We discover them through observation.
I see. So as we discover these laws through observation, what does any of this really have to do with you believing in a God or higher power?
Well, that's what I'm telling you. Based off of that observation, I've came to the conclusion that is the highest power.
The highest power is the things that we observe and decide our laws.
It's the laws that we observe that we have to act in accordance with. I can't.
You say we
if I
have to
defy
act in
we
accordance
have to.
with.
I cannot defy the law of gravity. I can't defy the law of cause and effect. And
Are
if
you
we
sure?
do, there are
Stop for a moment. You
consequences.
stop though. You say if we defy these laws, there are consequences. So we can defy them.
Yes.
So then, what the fuck are you talking about?
What do you mean? What the fuck am I talking about? I never said that. I never said that you couldn't break the laws. You can't break the laws. That doesn't mean that the law isn't governing. The fact that the law is governing is the exact reason why you shouldn't break them, because there's a consequence to suffer if you do.
What is the consequence
It
in...
depends on which law you're
Excuse
defining.
me, I wasn't finished answering the question.
Oh, he doesn't care. He's just preaching.
Yeah, I can see that.
He didn't care about the prompt. He doesn't care about the topic. He doesn't care about conversation. He just cares about preaching his word.
Preaching what? I'm not preaching anything.
Can I get an amen? Hallelujah. That's literally all you've done since you got up here is preach. The servant
That's
of
what
law.
you're saying.
Fuck off.
Saturday night.
It's been all night.
Like, there hasn't been... There was one guy who did kind of okay.
I mean, Yomer came up, right?
I was annoyed with him the first night, but he's grown on me.
He's questioning. That's
Mhm.
and Billy's questioning.
Mhm.
They're doing a lot of questioning.
A lot.
And Marie Louise has been here before. Marie, can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
46.
And you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Well, we have actually discussed this before. but I felt compelled to just sort of have a little one-on-one without Phil Red, Kat, Jimmy, whatever, to interject.
What?
It's a Saturday night. I have no fucking clue. If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and can be respectful to the whole panel, and you can question your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. But I don't know what the fuck that was. I'd asked if you had a belief, and you started talking about not wanting to talk to the rest of the panel, so fuck off.
You don't want to have a one-on-one with them?
I start the live every night with one-on-ones.
Mm-hmm.
They're welcome to try to catch me then. But even then, like, what difference is it going to make? I'm still going to question your beliefs, and if that's the intro, then we move right on. Unfollowed. You couldn't answer the first question and you disrespected the panel. Who fucking cares? Unfollow all you would like. Here, I'll help you out the door.
Shake.
Hashtag. I wouldn't be surprised if that's not the first time those words have been put on this app.
Shake says some wild stuff sometimes. Oh, my gosh.
Shine says she wanted. You know, I don't know if that's what she wanted. I don't assume that of anybody. But I do thank Hazelnut 96 for helping us knock that goal out. I appreciate y'all so much. And if anybody watching has a belief, you know how to use that request button. We're not here to debate or argue, just to see if you can question.
We could probably all tap the screen a little bit more. Like Thrayle would say that we're almost at 40,000 likes, and that's great, but it's really not great for what time. I'm gonna be honest with you, it's not that great for what time it is. So we should all work together and tap the screen. And share the live and repost. And I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying we could do better.
We've been over 100K at this point. Most nights this last few weeks. Somebody slept through the night and didn't come with their tapping fingers. But that's okay.
How dare anybody get sleep when the Batcolyte is on?
Right.
Oh my god. Last night I came up and like immediately fell asleep. I don't even know how that happened. I don't remember it.
Woody Boy says, question every, it makes you stronger. I think you mean everything. But yes, it does. Questioning can strengthen beliefs. I get told that every day by angry Christians who say that I'm not questioning hard enough, or that I've affirmed their faith in Jesus somehow. To be fair, it's usually pagans that say that I affirm their beliefs. I don't know how I did that either. Because I'm the devil.
Is it hard being the devil?
Not really. I just ask questions, and somehow the horns just keep growing.
Just
Are
like
they like
Moses.
antlers? Do you lose them every year?
You know, you try to trim them down, like toenails.
Well, like, you know, like antlers, like they grew a new set every year. They do.
Maybe I grow a new set of horns every night when someone calls me the devil. I feel a little tingling in the corners of my forehead.
Did you know that there are artistic depictions of Moses with horns? Because when they said that Moses' face shone after seeing the glory of God on Mount Sinai, receiving the commandments from God, um, some people interpreted that as instead of having a shine like
No,
literal
stop.
horns, no horns. So there's a lot of medieval art that depicts Moses with horns.
It certainly seems like God's word is prone to translation errors. Hazelnut, what if he was a tiefling? Tieflings are the demon-like characters in D&D.
Oh,
They look demon-like. They're not demons. Usually means they have like a family curse or something.
if you have a belief in tieflings or Moses's horns or any sort of God's higher power, or anything of the like, including mermaids, would you
And Winnie the
please
Pooh.
request that? And Tigger too. And if you don't, please keep tapping the screen, sharing the live. Hopefully we can get some believers in here.
Hello, Adrock. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 47 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
My belief is to just be kind. Nobody knows anyone else's story. I don't know your story. I don't know how you were raised. I don't know what you went through. Be kind.
I don't need to know your
Be
story,
kind.
Edrock.
Be
Appreciate
kind.
the message of being kind. Drink water. Drink water. Drink water. That's me being kind. I could have done that in the way I usually do. I don't think he would have thought that was very kind. I don't think you upset anyone, Smoke My Taco. I think that was more about the words used.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't, yeah. I didn't see directly,
It was.
but I don't think
It was
anything.
100% about the words. Yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't about the story. Like, I'm sorry, but yeah, it was just about the words. I don't know if you saw my comment to you about that, but I tried to make it clear that it was just about the language.
Yeah, everybody tap the screen and share the live. If you haven't already reposted, definitely do that. You can also share to your story if that option's available for you. And all of that gets the live out to the FYP of anybody who follows you. And that just means more people might scroll in capable of questioning their beliefs. And that's all we're waiting for, is even one person who's capable of questioning their beliefs. You might be you. Do you think it might be that you can question what you believe? Do you think Jimmy is awake?
No, I do not think Jimmy is awake, and
I
that's
was
good. He should.
asleep,
Oh,
actually.
I'm not
I
sleeping. You're
am.
sleeping.
I am awake.
Hello.
But I was not. Now I am.
Hello, McLovin. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi.
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 Yeah. Can I get your age? It's the
Because it gives
number
me
of
powers.
years that you've been on this
What the
planet.
fuck?
That's what I'm asking. McLovin,
30.
you have a very loud echo.
1,000.
I see.
Liar pen.
His echo was very loud.
Mm-hmm.
His echo was crazy.
It was like we were on a TV in the background.
Mm. Jimmy, did you hear when you caught the stray?
I'm sorry, what?
There was a woman that came up here And she only wanted to talk to Thrayle, not Philly, not Kat, and not Jimmy.
Not Jimmy, whatever.
Yeah.
Luckily, I was completely asleep at the time, so there's no danger of that.
I had a suspicion that you were, and I almost wanted to tell her that. I almost wanted to be like, I don't think that you're going to have to worry about Jimmy too much.
But I'm sorry I missed that.
Did you hear, were you awake when the guys told us we were dodging?
Yeah, no, I think I was asleep during that. But
Oh
yeah.
my goodness, we were questioning this guy, and he said, I think you guys are dodging the questions. And Rage Quit and left. And his name was Rage Quit Otter.
His name is Rage Quit, and he rage quit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, it was fun. Good times.
These were fun stuff.
And still no successful questioning of belief, unless you count Yomer and
Yeah,
Billy.
Yomer was pretty good.
And still no successful questioning.
And Billy, yeah.
It was very interesting.
No, you know, for me, I don't usually stay awake until like through the whole night, so it was just late.
I am very bad for circadian rhythms. if that's valuable to people, then I'm sorry.
Hazel found her snickerdoodle Twix. These are so good.
Well, I try not to sleep when I'm on panel, but often I will put you on and be in the comments and drift off.
Yeah, it is a little different on panel. Fortunately, it only appeared mostly as though you were indifferent rather than unconscious.
Aloof.
Nonchalant, even. What is chalant?
I'd like to be
Can one be chalant?
Yeah.
This reminds me of 10 Things I Hate About You, where you can be overwhelmed and you can be underwhelmed, but can you just be whelmed? No? Okay.
No,
I might be a little chalant about us not having a guest. I might be a little chalant about us. Is it a little? Can you be a little chalant? Not nonchalant, just a little.
Partially chalant.
Is my chalant showing?
I'm whelmed. Not overly.
Not overly, but just
Or under.
adequately.
Right.
Adequately whelmed.
I'm not underly whelmed.
My chalant is showing. I'm showing my chalant for the 54,000 likes that we have, which are amazing. But I'm definitely having some chalant.
He'll never tell you that this is an unacceptable number, but I can.
But you can.
It's whelming.
Yeah, you're not.
Sure.
It's definitely it is underwhelming even.
I think so.
And you know what? I will take responsibility too. I haven't been tapping enough either, guys. I am also to blame here. I am not placing blame. I'm just saying.
Catfather wants to know if Jimmy can question his beliefs, as if I haven't questioned Jimmy's beliefs. Almost ad nauseum.
I have some new ones.
You have been leaning towards idealism lately, and I am curious about that.
Because it's pretty darned confusing. But see if I can put it this way. So I guess one of the first things I say is it seems to me reasonable now that the mind is not so much within the skull as that the skull is within the mind.
How is that reasonable?
Yeah, that's where it is
poignant maybe, but is it even that if it can't be substantiated?
right. The thinking is that the world is made of mental states the same way as the experience of having a mind. There is no difference between the outer and inner world. I think one of the things that idealism points out well is that positing of the existence of a completely other type of substance like matter is a metaphysical claim. And then idealism counters by saying that there's no reason to believe in a material universe separate from a conscious one. That's a leap that is more of a metaphysical claim than saying that the universe is structured from mental states. It's a bit brain bending.
How are you getting to it?
First of all, by not making the metaphysical leap to what we call physical states. The
that which we see as physical is the representation to I can't say it. That which we see as physical is the external representation of mental states to a subject.
Say that one more time.
That which we see as physical is the external representation to a subject. So I think in this model of reality, the idealist model of reality, experience is all that we can say with certainty. And making a leap to another state, another kind of existence, a physical existence, is a step too far. We should not make the assumption.
Not sure how you've made the assumption that this is a mental state or a mental. You say it's subjective.
Yes.
We subjectively experience what we see, what we interact with, and subjectively form a
correct model, like a model.
But we're still observing and interacting with something.
Right. So, in structural idealism, the something isn't material. So it isn't quantifiable.
Why would you assume that it's not material? What is material? Are we just defining it out of material?
We look at material objects as quantifiable and whatever it is we mean by solid,
Right. So if material is our word for that with which we interact, then
what's the difference, right?
Defining material out of existence.
Yeah,
to say that it is something else.
Partially, but there are a couple of key differences. One is that you're not dealing in the idealist perspective, you're not dealing with quantifiable objects so much as qualifiable states. Yeah, there's no kind of number of things. There are qualities of experience rather than quantities of objects.
Real quick, I hate to interrupt us. Never mind. Thought we had a guest coming up. We're going to be interrupted by Bones, but apparently not. There's not quantitative objects, like they don't exist, or you're just not addressing them.
We can look at
reality as if there are quantities of objects, more of the activity of the subject. So objects as in quantities don't exist as such in the world. There's only the our experience, and that includes space and time.
There's only the quality of our experience.
Right.
But things, if you're, why are you assuming that your observances are not are not accurate? Why are you assuming that things are just qualitative rather than
quantitative? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this maybe this is the perceived things and taking into account that which we supply to our perception. I'm doing all of this out of a dead sleep, by the way.
I know.
Not easy.
I did that to you on purpose.
So, usually when you perceive a thing, there's a lot that the perceiver supplies that gives the thing a separate existence. So in this way, it dovetails with the Buddhist notion of emptiness. Things have no separate existence from reality apart from what we impart to it. One way of thinking is to say that we are mistaking the map of reality for the actual
Right. I mean, I've got to thank 96 for helping with that goal. Appreciate you, 96. And also, I guess, a quick thank you, guys. Definitely felt shamed by cats prodding. We're up to 63,000 likes. That's amazing. There's 114 of us in here. If we keep tapping, we could probably break 100K by the next hour, or even sooner. And then maybe somebody who believes in a god or God's higher power or anything like that. Mistaking the map for the territory.
Right.
My biggest question is, why are we assuming that our maps are so inaccurate? Something, right? There is a territory that is being mapped.
We are, and the maps that we developed are very successful insofar as they can predict the behavior of what we're observing. And there's no denial of that.
In a lot of
I think it does and it doesn't. I think that it probably stands in opposition to the idea that consciousness is emergent
from, it would start with the proposition as consciousness is what is directly observable, and that the concept of the universe being made of what we think of as kind of dead particles, but isn't a reflection of reality. But the model is working, yeah. And I'll refine this as I learn more.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to have more questions. Joining us. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello, sir. I am 45.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods higher power?
Nothing supernatural. I'll put it that way.
Nothing supernatural.
Correct, sir.
So what does supernatural mean to you?
Something that can't be measured by...
And so you believe that whatever you have concluded can be...
Not just me, but others. And then empirically, we can use science to observe and look at things and come to close, at least more probable truth.
I see. And as far as what is truth to you, the way you worded that seemed very specific. Do you believe that there is something that is provable by science that qualifies?
Not provable.
It's interesting. I didn't quite get to finish the question. Do you have any beliefs in anything that could qualify goddesses, higher powers, anything like that?
Less than 1%.
Less than 1% of a belief. Don't you believe?
I need to see empirical data. And it needs to be other experts, especially in their field. And then I want to look at what they've researched. You know, it approaches not 100%, but, well, it does approach 100%. You asked me some more things, like I came on here last time I came on here. You asked me, like, what would my concern about that, and I think that's bullshit. I don't really care to think about that because I don't think it exists. I thought about that some.
Why did you request to come back up here?
But then what is your current question?
I asked what would convince you that a God exists, and now I'm asking why.
To understand.
You requested up here to understand what?
To have my beliefs be challenged.
Which belief?
I don't actually have a belief, actually, so.
So what is it you...
Yeah, fair. I mean, it depends on how you define belief, but yeah. I don't actually just have a pure faith thing, so.
True things.
Well, true is an interesting thing, so that gets more interesting.
Because it was a fairly simple question. And you
Does
would
it
like
matter? Absolutely, it matters for me to believe in, to try to understand.
And how do you verify the things that you believe are true?
Mainly, well, partly through coming on these things, but largely through checking and looking at scientific consensus. Is looking like I was raised Christian, and I think I have some cognitive dissonance, and I sort of would like to believe in the Christian God, yet I don't.
Why would you like to believe in the Christian God? Because you think your life would be easier if you believed in the Christian God.
And I would have more. It would allow me to be delusional and believe that straight up, if I do good acts, thing, I guess I'm searching for purpose. Sigh.
Yes. Does anybody have questions for this guest?
You say that you don't have any beliefs?
Belief can be defined in different ways.
Well, I mean, I sort of want to.
I would say you could quote unquote believe in science, but I don't have faith in science. But I believe in science.
Does that mean that you believe that science is happening, or that you trust in the findings of? I don't see how that was confusing. You say you believe in science. Does that mean that you believe that science is being done, or that you trust in the findings that emerge from science?
Both? Why is that an or? Like, what? It's an and. Yeah, don't freeze it as black and white. Are you trying to trap me, dude?
No, I'm trying to find out if you have any beliefs.
You know, if you actually wanted to think critically and question your beliefs and figure some things out and find some purpose, it would be really helpful if you weren't rude to the people who were trying to help you.
Well, don't ask things like they're black and white when they're...
There could have just been both are true.
Then don't ask things that could
then
be...
he couldn't.
It was. It's...
Yeah, but then he couldn't
No,
ask
stop.
them the
It
same way.
wasn't phrased like they're black and no, it wasn't.
I'm just gonna go ahead and mute him for a moment. There we listen to that. We have a moment of silence where he's not interrupting and shouting over the top of Cat while Cat's signal's cutting out. Yeah. So, do you think maybe, Bomb Giggity, that you're just up here to kind of act like an ass and get attention? Or did you actually come up here to question your beliefs?
I would love to question my beliefs. But I have no...
I phrased my question...
beliefs.
I phrased my question as a dichotomy, and you didn't take umbrance with it. Why not?
In the tradition of faith.
Right. So, I had phrased my question as a dichotomy, the same way that Jimmy had phrased his. Except mine was actually far less charitable. So why didn't you take umbrage with my question?
What was your question?
Yeah, the one about being like an ass trying to get attention or actually questioning your beliefs. You answered that you
so
were
you're
trying to question
again you're doing the typical Philbro of
is that typical
painting me into one thing or the other.
No, I was showing that you was actually just giving you an opportunity
So
to show equal.
I don't have beliefs. I don't have faith, and I don't think I'm on.
So then, why are you here? You can read, right?
I can read left.
Do you gain?
It's all right. There's like a few seconds where they get to realize what's happening before it's obvious. You'll stumble across this live and show it some respect, but yeah, I wasn't getting that this time. But if anybody else does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request on up. Not here to debate or argue. Just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if so, well then, what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Debate. No debate. Not a debate. Quite, well, not the opposite. Peripheral. Quite different. A different kind of challenge. A different
Every time I'm here at the end, I always say no. And it still asks me every time.
It's really confused, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Doesn't understand what we're doing here.
It's just self-understanding.
I've admittedly been worried. I think the one I'm working on now is almost ready.
For the medieval tavern vibes.
Absolutely. Nothing wrong with that, MJ. But if you're here because you have a belief in a god or gods, and you think you can question that, then go ahead and hit that request button. Gotcha. If you can question your beliefs. What color is energy?
It's purple.
Why is it purple?
Because I said so.
What if it's green?
Well, then it's green, but it's actually purple. I'm saying it's all a sandwich. Hazel says it's not green.
I think that means it's green.
The audience agrees with me that it's.
Why is it purple?
Well, Squiggle says it's a mood ring. And Tab says it's blue. It's definitely not fucking orange, are you kidding me?
So I think it's orange and green then.
You know, there's no wavelength that's purple, right?
That would mean if energy
Yeah, that's
is,
why.
or if it is purple, it doesn't exist. That's what I'm getting. I think we're getting a guest. Hello, I can't pronounce your name, but can I get your age? Need your age for TikTok terms of service. Rain can be purple. I don't know about energy.
I mean, in theory, nothing should be purple. Opposite side of the visible spectrum.
Thank you, 96. Appreciate you helping with that goal. We're at 75,000 likes, guys. I appreciate y'all tapping the screen, sharing the live out, getting us out. I believe in a god or gods or higher power to stumble through and maybe even request on up. If that is you, if you have a belief in a god or gods or a higher power or anything at all like that, and you can question your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. We just want to know if you can question. Well, then, what is it that you believe? And I'm not sure if I like the look of that.
To be something you liked. Because that's the noise that you make about energy. So I wasn't going for what you liked. Yeah,
There's a standard Thrayle noise for energy.
there's several standards.
I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Yeah, Shake asked a great question. Does something have to be liked in order to be true?
No, it doesn't have to be light, but it does have to be true in order to be true. There are enough of us in here.
How do you determine what the truth is?
Nobody believe in anything. How do I determine what truth is?
Mm-hmm.
I try to do that as little as possible. Yes, Tavium, I know it was a tautology. I also just completely avoided your question. I did. I absolutely dodged. I might have even prevaricated.
Well, as much as I appreciate you, you're dodging.
Really do appreciate it before they do it, don't they? And pay some kind of compliment first.
Jake just came up with a new kind of logical fallacy, which I like. The appeal to chat.
I've seen that one happen a lot.
Oh, Cat actually left.
She really did.
Hazelnut, I'm up because I fell asleep for a while.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been good if it wouldn't have been as funny if I didn't leave.
That was good. She meant it.
But just
You are really choppy, though.
okay.
Could we say that something is true when we question it?
When you question it and it doesn't go away, I don't know if it's true, then I would keep questioning it.
Right.
Suspect that how I feel about it is not in alignment with the truth. In alignment with the truth. I'm not sure about that, but I still feel like my inclination says that the way I feel will stop feeling this way.
Dare we ask?
So what I'm saying is like if it was any other thing that had been presented to me like in a way that is as compelling, I would be like I would change the way I thought because what had been presented to me was compelling. But but I don't know that there's any more questioning I can do on this thing, and I also it has not changed, even though I think emotion. I think that a lot of beliefs are held in an extremely emotional way. Not all of them, and not for everybody, but I think a lot of beliefs are held in an extremely emotional way. That you can question something all the way up to it and still not get there.
Interesting. Do you think it makes sense to, when that happens, to question the supporting ideas
I mean, I guess it depends on like what the thing is and what the belief is, right? Like for me, I'm like, I know exactly why I, like, I can pinpoint exactly why I feel the way I do about this thing and exactly why I don't know if my mind's going to change. Um, and also like realize and admit that what I think and how I feel and what I believe or whatever, I hate that word, but is is not necessarily in line with what is more likely to be true. Um, that um may not be the most logical if the thing is unknowable. I think if something is unknowable, then you can kind of think whatever you want about it because it's unknowable. But I also think that um, it is important to like recognize when these things can be harm.
I hear that.
It's all about awareness of the self. I kind of want to make another quesadilla. Hungry. I believe that one day my cat will let me hug him and hold him and love him. I have no evidence for this belief, and I believe it.
That can be a dangerous belief to test.
Yeah, it is. Oh my god.
You know, I'm not going to shame him for that.
I'm not gonna
He's
shame him either,
literally
but
on the other side of the planet.
it's so good.
Um, Unfortunately, I wouldn't get away with it.
Yeah, not where you live.
Yomer, Yomer makes a great point. Actually, Yomer, that's probably true. Most cats are. I don't, I don't think I've ever met a cat that wasn't a serial unaliver.
I'm still like just in shock over the.
It ate a whole one.
He ate a whole pigeon.
I had a cat that did that. I was so proud.
The cat. Okay. All right. You know what? Tyler and Thrayle both said the pigeon wasn't that impressive, but like whatever. It's impressive because these are huge pigeons, and this cat is not that big. No, not the beach trip. I mean, I don't think.
I guess I don't know. Okay, I finished.
I like it.
Wait, no, this was already here.
It was, yeah.
No, I finished this one.
No, you bring this up right when I come up here. How rude.
Yeah, the word energy is purple.
Yeah, I won. W cat.
Wait, is that violet?
But the energy is green.
That's your aura. That's not the energy.
Is it an aura?
Yeah. According to
W
y'all
Hazel
like
double cat. W cat.
W cat, W cat, W Hazel, W new. What the fuck screens?
I'm working on the donut, but I have there's the flat earth.
Why are there lasers coming out of it?
I don't know. It's supposed to be Paul Bunyan dragging an axe. See, babe, I don't know why there's a laser. There's also like War of the World style alien invasion, like tripod alien things.
Oh, that's a flurf. There's the firmament.
Would y'all like a question?
Yeah. Ask us a question, Hazel. You ask really good questions. I like your
Thank
questions.
you. I'll try. So this one's about doubt because I know Thrayle loves doubt. So
yes,
if doubt is the best stance that deserves commitment despite uncertainty.
doubt.
Fuck off.
No.
Thrayle.
Commitment to doubt.
By doubting it.
How do you doubt your doubt?
You should tell him he's dodging. You should tell him he's dodging.
I'm not dodging. These are direct answers. Absolutely honest.
They're
Thank you,
honest.
96, for helping with the goal.
Dubious.
Are you not sandwiching doubt?
No.
It kind of sounds like it. It's the doubtiest doubt you'll ever doubt, and if you doubt anything else, you know.
If you can't doubt, then you should doubt. And you don't doubt, then you don't
No, I
Doubt, 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 doubt.
Doubty doubt doubt. All the layers of doubt.
What should you not doubt?
I wouldn't say you shouldn't doubt.
Think on that for a moment. Manuel, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes.
So, your age would be then?
Yes, sir.
What is your age? Only speaking English up here, sorry. I can get by probably with a little more Russian than I could Spanish, but either way, we'd lose the audience. So, let's keep moving forward. Hello, Aaliyah, welcome back.
Good morning, friends.
Good morning.
I was curious, Thrayle, has there ever been a belief that had you thinking after the questioning, whether it was a valid belief or if it was something that you might believe in? Or is doubt?
I mean, I've my previous stances, I've heard positions usually related to semantic things, though, like how to define and use words.
That's my favorite. That's my very favorite. That's why I threw out there in the comments those definitions to find where the how to help these people, how to help people understand what they're trying to believe in. You have to define it. You can't skip over stuff if you don't know what it means. So yeah, I 100% agree. So I just wanted to pop up and say that and ask, how are your ears? Good?
Doing pretty good.
Good. All right. Have a great day, you guys.
Thank you. You too. Take care.
You too.
Can doubt be dogmatic?
I'm sure it could be. I don't doubt it.
I think Thrayle has a dogmatic belief in doubt.
Dogmatic belief and doubt. That seems rather contradictory.
You just
Oh my god.
Did
you just what
Doubt can be dogmatic. Yes. A belief in doubt.
Was that matches or a lighter?
I mean, we could always just go with the old flint and steel.
Well, if you must. He's trying to fight with me right now.
He is. What's the opportunity cost of your
Fine uncertain
doubt?
Opportunity cost.
Opportunity cost? So what do you lose by not committing to an uncertain belief? Else.
I don't know what I lose by doubting. I guess I would lose the comfort of certainty, however shaky that comfort might be.
Do you get?
I don't know. I don't know if I get comfort from it. I don't think so. Do I need doubt to bring me?
I mean, for sure. You can find comfort from many things. People often do.
People often find comfort if you're saying that doubt has replaced my belief. Then would you be suggesting I need to derive comfort from it?
I'd say doubt has replaced your belief, especially since I know I don't know if you've ever had belief in that sense. Does doubt make like meaning harder to sustain for things?
Does doubt make meaning harder? The contrast of believing.
Could you? How do you relate to the people you ask questions to without that framework that they've experienced? Do you get what I'm asking? Because I don't know if I do. If that makes sense.
Oh, my signal cut out. I missed part of your question.
Like, how do you relate to the people you ask questions to that do have beliefs when you, like you were saying, have
As a human being, through other methods, without without relying on the faith frameworks that we don't share. Look for other commonalities.
fair? What do you doubt most? Is doubt a hierarchy?
That's a really good question. I don't know what I doubt most. I don't know if you might say that I doubt myself the most.
How? Like, in your correctness or in your existence?
Correctness.
The giggle. Okay, we get it, you're not a solipsist.
See, doubt's healthy.
Yeah, how do you feel about doubt?
It's something I always like to feel, but it's fine.
If doubt were taken away from you, if you were like no longer allowed to doubt, what belief would be the first?
Saying that we have to take like a hard stance on things, like it, You're telling me and Thrayle that we can't doubt anymore? That we have to take hard stances on things?
It's a hypothetical.
I mean, we start to believe literally everything.
No, I think it has to be a yes or a no. I think it can't be the in between of the doubt, right? Believe everything, but it means like we have to like make a decision about it.
And that decision doesn't have to be permanent, but doubt is no longer a thing in this hypothetical.
I don't like this hypothetical. I'm not engaged.
I'm trying to find the hierarchy.
Hierarchy of needs?
Maybe. It'd be like to the right of it or something instead of a pyramid. Same, babes.
This is what they do.
This is what they do. They make doubt into a sandwich. I know you did.
Run away! Look at that! Do you see this? You guys see this? See that run? He's running.
All the doubt.
Away.
Hmm?
Because we didn't. What did that person say before, Kat? I forgot.
He's dodging.
Girl's not here. We're so close to 100,000 likes. Like 12,000 away. And there's 100 people in here. Easy math. That's like so much math. Somebody do the math. My brain.
He has there.
Thrayle's been replaced by board.
No, there's a cool picture, Jimmy. You'll see it in a second. I think you're lagged.
Oh, I see it.
Oh my gosh. We're almost at 90,000, kind of. They're getting there. I'm encouraging them. See? 8 more hundred.
Thank you for tapping.
Thank you for tapping.
I know, I tried being mean to them earlier and it didn't work, so.
Oh my gosh, it's Yomer. Hi, Yomer.
Yomer's already been here once.
I know. I saw that earlier. Do you understand why the Abrahamic God can't be a deist? Hope you're doing good. I am good at math. I'm just also, it's 4 a.m. Thank you, Tav. I do math all the time.
We have a guest. And no Thrayle.
Sorry. My cat tapped it when I was falling asleep.
That's okay. I can put you back down if you want.
Alright, thank you.
Tap the screen 100 times to get us to 100,000.
Did you do that, Thrayle? Because I didn't do that.
No, Thrayle is sitting somewhere.
He might have the back. He usually has the, like, if he's out, like walking the dog or something, he usually has the Batcolyte device with him, so he could have done that.
Tav did it.
No, he didn't. Tav is not a mod.
Oh, Tav's not a mod. Is Philly
And
alive?
I think Philly's asleep. Oh, Joe might have done it. I see Joe. I don't know who did that. It's a mystery. Oh, look, Z's here now too. Hi, Z.
Look at them. They're moving so fast now. This is what happens when you're nice to people, Kat. You see? They like it.
Well, Thrayle had already been nice like several times, and I was like, you know what, this isn't working, so I'm taking a different approach.
Cop or whatever. You need both.
Back up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You're doing great though, you guys.
Yeah, you're doing great. 8 more thousand. Let's see if we can get to 100k before Thrayle gets back, even though he's kind of already back, but
he's already, yeah, he's here.
Well, are you doubting that?
I doubt it. Not really.
Why is that the one thing you don't doubt?
Don't let him run from you. You asked him a good question.
And to choose a certainty.
Yeah, there was no more doubt.
Yes, if there was no more doubt, no more doubt, not allowed. What certainty? Like what's the easiest thing to pick, I guess, is another way to say that.
That I exist.
Because you already are pretty certain about that, it seems. Are you certain about that you exist?
I mean, on a scale of 0 to 100, I'd probably be at a 98 today.
A 98 today. So there is a hierarchy of doubt then.
What do you mean by hierarchy of doubt?
There are things you doubt less and things you doubt more.
Yes.
What is the thing realistic but you doubt the least? No, most.
A thing that is realistic that I doubt the
You would say like flat earth. But I want a more realistic answer of like what you're more likely to consider. Like easily scientifically proven. Because as we know, the earth is round. And it
Wow.
can do the math. I think that means like 40.
3,000 more.
3,000 more now.
That's right. And thank you, Heather's Descent and 96 for helping with the goal. I don't know. Is that running?
Framework of doubt. It ranges from flat earth being like for sure duh. Like I can easily doubt that. To your existence, which you're pretty sure about.
Even then, all of them have a certain shared way.
How do you weigh them?
In the moment.
Against what?
Reason.
That makes sense. What would count as a failure of doubt for you?
What would count as a failure of doubt? Like doubt being the catalyst. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, like what would you consider the fault? Kind of like when you ask the question of people, what's the criticism of your belief? What's the criticism of your doubt?
Solipsism. Not the kind that Cat, who somehow actually doesn't exist at the moment, partakes in. But nothing matters. This reality doesn't matter. That sort of nihilistic solipsism. That, I mean, that is that's the end result of too much doubt, of unfed doubt that has not been doubted.
I'm gonna ask, how do you make sure to not
By questioning the doubt.
But by doubting the doubt. Does it I don't know if I've ever heard you answer this question, but does it matter to you if what you perceive as true is true? I added the perceive because I know you doubt everything.
Does it matter to me if what I perceive as true is true? Yes, if I accept it as a truth, I want some verification that it's true.
Are there a lot of things that you accept as true?
Be readily able to list off. I think that list would still be shorter than most.
Is there a difference between an assumption and truth to you?
Assumption and truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think assumption is just a thing that we do when we leap from from rationality to desire. And truth is something that we can verify in a empirical way.
So in that matter, some truths exist even if no one is knowing of that truth?
Are you asking me if truth can exist without someone knowing of it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you value truth or doubt more?
That's a good question. It's a really good question. I don't know.
I love my favorite thing. Do you think that doubt moves us closer to truth or not, I guess?
Inevitably, yeah, doubt should lead us closer to truth. Even if we're doubting the truth, if we are able to question honestly, then it should lead us there.
Related question. Is knowing truth the same as wisdom?
If it's applicable, I think knowledge that can be applied, I think applied knowledge is what we consider is a truth, and you can apply it. That would be what qualifies as wisdom.
I thought you fell back asleep, Jimmy. That scared me.
I thought it for a second too, but I'm pretty sure Philly did. We lost a cat though. I didn't see when that happened. Was it when I ran away?
No, it was shortly after. Yeah, no, I think it was right after she said she wanted to make another quesadilla.
That's what it was. Mystery solved.
Who do you think gets to who do you think gets to decide what?
Anybody gets to decide it. But as far as what actually, like, okay, that's a complicated answer to a simple question.
I think you're going in the right direction, though.
I think, well, I mean, are there right and wrong answers?
Hazelnut, what do you mean by gets?
Right. Who gets to decide what is true? Who has the opportunity? Who has the
is it authority?
The authority.
I mean,
Justification.
That's an answer. Gets does imply that there should be an authority figure. But if and Thrayle said also that they believe truth exists without one's knowledge. So it exists previous to someone knowing of it. So who decides? Also, we got over 100,000 likes.
Hell yeah.
All right.
100,000 in a live out. Doesn't mean we're done though. If there is anybody who has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, they can question their beliefs. Do go ahead and request on up. And if I didn't already thank 96 for that previous goal, thank you so much for helping out. I went to click to read the list it came from. They said stop whispering. Nobody's whispering. But hey, Eki, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Ekimwas, can I get your age?
Hello?
Hello. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
27.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Say
Gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
yes, I believe God.
Which god do you believe in?
Jesus?
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
Do you believe all the stories?
Yes, I believe.
Why do you believe those stories?
Because the God is giving us everything.
Can you question your beliefs?
I believe in God. Mm. Sorry, I don't really speak English.
I understand. I appreciate you coming up and sharing with us, but we are looking to question beliefs and that you're prepared to have. But thank you for stopping by and answering the questions you did. And if anybody does have a belief in a God or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable, I'm not looking to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question, then go ahead and tell us why you believe whatever it is you believe.
Did you come up with who decides truth yet?
Me? No.
That's honestly what I thought you were gonna say.
Why?
Why did I think you were gonna say that?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think it's that.
We do decide what is truth, don't we? Each of us individually decides something is true, and we call it truth, whether it is or not.
At least for us.
So if someone's deciding what truth is, then yes, each.
Hi.
Hello, STP. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sorry, my name is Stephanie. Sorry because my name is a little bit weird, but yeah.
Okay, Stephanie. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
So can I say something? Maybe I don't think I have
The
sense.
second time. I'm gonna do it one more time. Can I get your age?
Yeah, of course. Your time, of course. Sorry.
Okay, that was 3 times. We're just gonna move on. That's what happens if you're not listening. The request back up. But you are gonna have to listen to the questions and answer them. And not just come prepared to speak. There could have been a lag shake, but yeah, multiple times asking age. Yep, there you are, Stephanie, down there in the comments.
Just a reminder, gap go by.
I mean, if you have to pause and reflect on how old you are, it might be something to pause and reflect on.
Maybe pause until the question is finished.
Welcome back, Stephanie. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that.
That's a thing. I mean, I believe, but I don't have faith. Sorry, English is not my first language, so.
What does it mean for you to believe?
Past lives or something like that, but just the faith that people have something like to be strong with something. I don't have that thing. I mean, people just believe, I know, but there is another people that just they're like, like cling with something. I don't have that thing.
Are you saying you don't believe?
I believe. I don't have faith.
What do you believe?
I believe in past lives. For example, energy never ends. For example,
What is
but
energy?
for me, energy is something that is just going on, but never ends. And I believe in the past lives like that. But just that thing, some people have something strong with something.
When you say you believe in past lives, what does that mean?
I don't know, I have been there like someone. Sorry, English is not my first language if I don't say the things once, and I have been like trying to understand my life, and I have been, in that things with people like psychologists, and they did things to me, and I was like in the past lives. I don't know, to be honest, I'm pretty new. Just, I'm trying to understand. I mean,
How do you know these experiences happened in your past lives?
Well, to be honest, it feels so different because, for example, if I say yesterday I was wearing a red t-shirt, it's not true. It's like I'm just saying something, but it's not true. But then when I remember, it's like that. It's like I remember that, and it feels like that. It's just weird. I don't know. I'm pretty new with this and just trying to be honest. Sorry. But feels like that. It just feels so different.
So it's based off of feeling, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
And also from remembering what.
Yes.
How do you remember
things? I remember a lot of things from past lives.
Is it through like a process that you remember, or?
I remember a person, I remember kids, I feel it's like exactly like remember, just not like imagine. I know it sounds weird, but seriously, it's like that. Just that I was wearing something red. That's not true, and I know it's not true because I just say that, sorry, it's so weird, but that happened to me. I'm just trying to understand. I'm pretty new with this, but yeah, I just feel different.
Really quick, I gotta thank 96 for helping with the goal. I think Hazel had another question.
Yeah, Stephanie, how do you differentiate these difference between these memories and dreams or like fantasies that you can think of? How do you differentiate those things?
Exactly as I say. Yeah, I know it's so weird, but the difference for me is like is remember something is real. 3 days ago, I was eating some chicken, and I know it's real because actually I was eating, chicken. Just happened. I don't know how to say, but right now, if I want to say today I was eating chicken, that's not true. Even if I want to try to say that, but I know it's not true. So that in my brain feels like that. How that helps?
Sort of. From what the thing that you're saying, I understand that your perception is like clear to you.
Yeah.
The difference between when you're sure it's untrue and something that you think is
Yeah.
true. I understand that's what you're saying, for sure.
Yeah.
How what does having the belief in your past life do for you?
I don't know. To be honest, it's something my shit. Sorry, I can answer that. It just feels real. Yes. Sorry. I don't have an answer. Just happened.
Thank you, Emily.
Sorry.
No, you're all right. I just had to thank Emily for that gift, for the racing debut. That was awesome. Thank you.
Can someone complete me, or if someone happened the same, or
Hazel had another question.
okay, sorry.
No, I just said it looked cool, the race car thing. But to like kind of re-ask my other question, cause I want to.
Is this belief helpful to you?
Yeah.
How, sorry?
How is your belief in your past lives helpful to you?
I don't know. To be honest, I just feel, I don't know. That's why I'm here. I'm sorry. It feels different. Feels
It's okay. It's okay.
so sorry.
Is it helpful?
It's just,
Is it helpful to you?
yes. Where I am, because, for example, I'm from Mexico, and I'm living right now in Europe, and I'm just traveling, and I have been in 2 countries, and there was something that's just don't stop. There was someone, not someone, just something in my head. Don't stop, just look, whatever. But with I believe I'm not, there's a lot of things. Why? I don't know, but I'm just following my feels. But I'm here. So I'm just trying to understand why, how, what this mean, And this life, I was just like, oh, this feels good.
How old did you say you were? 30s, right?
Yeah. I say 35, but no, I'm 24. I was trying to correct, but no, too late. No, I'm 34. But yeah, I'm in my 30s. So eventually I want kids, I want a family, I want to marry. But right now it's just like my soul just want to understand me in this life. Me, my soul is like, hey, gone. But right now it's like, wait for it. So weird. But I just believe in that. And
what is your soul?
I don't know. But my avatar, I think, is just trying to live something, to believe, to understand, to collect something. I don't know. To be honest, I don't even believe in that, but actually I believe. It's so weird for me. So deep in me. It's like there is something more, and that's that I call my soul, like just not my spirit or whatever. I don't know. It's weird, but yeah. I'm pretty new in this, so I don't know the difference. But for me, it's like follow your intuition, you know? And I'm here. I'm here in Spain. I'm follow with my intuition. And then I found your live. English is not my first language, so sorry. But just happened. Just happened. Thank you to listen to me.
The most in your beliefs?
I don't know. I don't have idea.
Does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not?
I don't know. I just want to be kind. If our past life or next, right now, I just want to be kind. I don't care more. To be honest, I just want to be care and be kind and try to understand, of course, because at the end, that's it.
Why do you think there's a test?
The test is I try to survive. Do you see the world? It's dying. It's dying. Just, but if someone believe, if someone just care, because an end, you burn, you die. But maybe it's something more, you know. Maybe just it's not just like born and die. Maybe something more, you know that.
Do you think there's something more?
Of course.
Why? You say of course.
Because I saw.
I know.
You say, of course.
Because I saw past lives like someone
Did that thing to me and was surreal. And
How do you know you didn't imagine this? How do you know it's
because
not like a dream?
if it's so easy because I imagine that yesterday I was wearing a t-shirt
red. That's imagine. But I remember that 3 days ago I was eating chicken, and that's true. My soul, whatever you want to say, knows the difference. That's it. So that's the thing. So once I was, you know, like trying to make my past lives.
Are you saying you can't question this belief at all?
Well,
belief.
Okay, that's strong, but yeah. Yeah.
You can't.
No, and that's fine.
I'm asking, so are you saying you can't question it?
No, no. Through even that, it's not through. I'm okay with that. You know, I'm not trying to.
I'm not here to tell you what's true and what's not, Stephanie. I'm trying to understand if you can question your belief that there are past lives.
Wow.
a bit hard.
I appreciate you, Stephanie. I don't think I have any more questions.
Does
Thank you
anybody
so
else have
much.
questions for Stephanie?
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. I hope
Oh,
you
thanks.
keep asking questions, and if you find any more answers, bring them to us. We'll definitely question those.
And your English was good.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, she did so well.
Your English was really good. You did a good job. Don't feel.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
السلام عليكم. هلو.
Hello? Can I get your
أخي
age?
بيبي 5 أطفال مساعد فتر ساعة.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not interested.
That's unfortunate. My quesadilla was good. Thank you guys for asking. Great job.
I have more questions, but I don't know if you want them.
Thrayle, I'm falling asleep again.
I got you, Jimmy. Appreciate you. He felt the sleep coming on this time. Oh, there we do have a guest after all.
Hello.
TOS.
Hello. Hello. Follow me.
Nope. That's probably not gonna work.
It was weird, that's for sure.
You're weird. Keep tapping the screen. Y'all are the best audience out here. 96 is amazing. Thank you, 96.
Kat said she enjoyed her quesadilla. I'm not going to tell anybody what I was eating, but I enjoyed it too.
I know what you were eating.
Is it noodles? And I have no idea.
You do too know because you were there earlier.
We were talking about so much food earlier. Okay, would you like my questions?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. First, in the belief that you don't have, I know you don't have this belief, but will you? Never mind.
Benjamin, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I did to like having my mind changed.
I'm not.
Throw myself out.
So you're not interested in questioning your lack of belief then?
No, I totally am. But if this is just for like the opposition or anything,
What does opposition mean?
so the opposition of belief would be me.
Why don't you believe in a God?
I guess just lack of evidence in my own life.
What evidence would you expect to see of a God?
Well, I guess other than physically seeing him, medical evidence that could be equated to God's works, I guess I'd be open-minded to seeing it.
What would you consider God's work?
One more time, sorry, there was two people.
What would you consider God's work?
So I would say, like, obviously, like creation. If I were to see, like, create an ocean in front of me,
So if you were to see God do something in front of you, if you were to see God,
yeah, I would agree with that.
really quick, I'm gonna thank Heather's Descent 96. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. So you say it would take seeing something like God creating a mountain.
Yeah.
And if you saw that evidence, then you would believe that there was a God.
I would.
Would you worship the God just by nature of it existing?
It would depend on God. I would do more research personally before I would worship them.
I see. What would it take for you to want to worship a God?
I guess if I saw a God that was moral and just, or stand by suffering and a lot of other stuff. If I saw a God that was just and cared about its children, I would worship it. It does. I think it matters. However, just from my education, I can't prove if there is a God or there is not.
Go ahead, yeah.
Why does it matter?
Which point? I'm just trying to clarify.
If there is a God, why does it matter? Why does it matter to you? You said it matters.
I guess like for the same reason we all like wonder why we're here, what's our purpose, if there is a creator. I think there's a lot of philosophical things I could dive into. If there is a God, my first thing would be, well, is he a moral and just God? Does he deserve my praise? Should I spread this religion?
You don't know exists, and I'm wondering why.
Wondering why what?
You keep labeling this God that you don't believe in as a he.
Asked if God existed, or like I was asked hypothetical questions.
Right, that's what. But like, are you not? Why are you anthropomorphizing and gendering it?
Gendering God. So God could be a female. I guess I am unsure.
Or I mean, wouldn't it be more likely that God is not male or female or
I could agree with that.
I was curious. So you said I liked what you said actually. If I saw God create a mountain, um, would you like what qualifies as saw God create a mountain? An actual like God creating a mountain.
I like to answer your question like fully and truthfully. Like I would have to see like the physical God like as that, not just see a mountain raised and be like, whoa, that's a miracle. Like I would have to see God in the third person, his physical form, conducting the matter.
No, that's a good answer. That's a good answer. But um, why does it matter to you that a God exists, or that you know if a God exists, or that is that?
Yeah, so philosophically, like that's something that if a God does exist, then perhaps I should be devoting my life to a certain belief. Um, however, if a, and then the other side of it is if God doesn't exist, why would I dedicate my entire life to something that may not exist? I guess.
If a God does exist and is this all-powerful creator, why would it require worship? That like, why would it require you to dedicate your?
And I would agree with you. And so I would say like in the Christian Bible, at least what I personally grew up with, I was taught that God is a very jealous God and wants our worship. That might be different from other denominations and stuff like that, but from the religion I grew up in, your question is why would a God require worship that wants worship in complete devotion?
No, I understand that. I just like I'm wondering why an all-powerful being like would require that. Like, why do you think an all-powerful being would require that?
And to answer your question, I would say like what would it matter? Like ants devoting anything to an all powerful God. Like why would our worship mean and we mean anything to him? And I would agree.
Well, right, exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Benjamin, I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions. I don't think that I have any more for you. But if you do come across any answers, then
Yeah, no problem. And if there's any more questions, like I'll answer them as truthfully as possible.
appreciate you. I don't think we do, but I think we're going to move on to a new guest. But take care
But
and keep asking questions.
you were super honest and open to questions, and I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Absolutely appreciate it. Hello, Joseph. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
40.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Complicated and subject to argument, but no, I'm a anti-theist absurdist.
I see.
With a degree of skepticism and openness.
I see. When you say anti-theist, what does that mean to you?
Well, even if God did exist, the morality of said God is subject to pretty out the guy who created us, but not make him good. God is bad, is basically what anti-theism means.
So for you, if a God exists, then it is evil.
I mean, based on evil is not a guy I need to put my devotion behind.
So you think the character of God is a bad guy?
Sure.
I'm just trying to.
No, I'm also an absurdist, which obviously God doesn't exist.
You say obviously he doesn't exist.
But on the other hand, I mean, the profundity of things we don't know is quite large. So it's really stupid to make really intense statements.
So then, why would you make a claim like God doesn't exist?
Well, that's the belief part. So that's why I distinguish the difference between, I guess the anti-theist part is me making a declarative statement that I do not believe in God instead of being a theist. I'm not making a declarative statement God does not exist, which you could argue is what an agnostic is, but I disagree because I have a more intense version of agnosticism, I would say. I have a
that I don't. So I don't.
Least convincing.
I don't understand any like piece of you that is like you would exist outside of your brain chemistry. That doesn't make sense to me.
So a soul is something in your.
Well, I mean, isn't it? Like it's like something extra, right? It's not your consciousness, it's not your brain chemistry. Like how like so it's like an extra thing for or a way for or a place for it to exist. I have no idea. I keep trying to ask them, they don't know.
Explanations you've heard from the claims of souls fail your standards for truth.
We don't know where it is, we don't know what it is, we don't know how it exists, we don't know why it exists. We can't really describe it. Every single person has a different way of describing it or defining it. All these things believe that there's very little truthliness value.
I don't know what the fuck truthiness value is.
You know what? I was just gonna let it slide.
I liked that when the guest said it that one time.
I'm running out of questions for souls.
How dare you run out of questions? Maybe somebody with fresh belief.
Like me and Thrayle, the most boring. Hazel's doing a great job.
If there are no souls, we will talk about that later.
Hello?
Hello, Dallas. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 25 years old.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
You know, Christianity to be my fucking belief, but who knows, you know, at the end of the day.
It's really sad that you're that drunk and we don't get to ask you any questions.
Who knows, you know, at the end of the day.
Do you think?
I think he definitely has some spirit in him.
There's some spirit there. Hello, Jack. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 40.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like?
Yeah, I did.
Can you settle down a little bit there? All we hear is you wrestling with the phone.
Yeah, I'll put it in a good position so you can hear me, hopefully.
Great. So you said you do have a belief in a god. Which god is that?
There's only one God, I named for him, just the creator. And it's the same God for everybody. Like, you know, I'm not going to put a name to it.
And it's the God
just
you
that
have.
one God. Yeah,
I see.
yeah.
How did you determine one God that you assume is there?
just makes logical sense. And when I read philosophers, like top philosophers of the past,
himself